Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
10 disturbing signs. You're surrounded by fake people and how to deal with this problem. In a world filled with social connections, it's easy to mistake proximity for authenticity. Yet, some of the most harmful relationships in our lives come disguised as friendships. These individuals, whom we might call fake people, are not always overtly toxic. Instead, they erode trust and authenticity in subtle but destructive ways. They prioritize appearances, manipulate emotions, and often pursue their self-interest at the expense of others. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus reminds us, keep company only with those who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best self. Why does recognizing fake people matter? It's not just about avoiding discomfort. These relationships can drain our mental energy, corrode our self-esteem, and distract us from meaningful pursuits. When we allow insincerity to linger in our lives, we compromise our peace of mind. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of maintaining our inner tranquility by choosing carefully whom we let into our circle. He wrote, "The tranquility that comes when you stop caring what they say, or think, or do, only what you do matters." Spotting fake people is about reclaiming this tranquility. The purpose of this article is to help you identify the subtle yet disturbing signs of fake people in your life. Armed with this awareness, you can take purposeful action to protect yourself and nurture relationships that reflect mutual respect and authenticity. In doing so, you align yourself with the Stoic ideal of living a virtuous life, where your energy is channeled toward what truly matters, becoming the best version of yourself and fostering meaningful connections. Recognizing fake people isn't about fostering suspicion, but about practicing discernment. By learning to spot these toxic behaviors, you take a powerful step toward living a life of integrity and emotional freedom. 1. Excessive flattery that feels insincere or manipulative. Flattery, when sincere, can uplift and inspire, but when it's used as a tool for manipulation, it becomes a trap. Fake people often shower others with excessive praise, not to express genuine admiration, but to disarm or manipulate them. As Seneca observed, a flatterer is a friend who is your enemy in disguise. Their words may feel good in the moment, but their intentions are rooted in self-interest. Consider a colleague who constantly praises your work in meetings, but later undermines you to superiors, or a friend who compliments your appearance excessively but expects favors in return. Their compliments feel hollow, as if they're saying what they think you want to hear, not what they truly believe. This behavior often reveals a lack of authenticity and a desire to manipulate your emotions for their gain. Stoicism teaches us to value truth over comfort. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." In the same vein, it's crucial to seek relationships built on honesty rather than superficial praise. When someone's flattery feels disproportionate or self-serving, pause and question their motives. True friends will offer encouragement grounded in sincerity, not manipulation. To protect yourself, focus on cultivating a strong sense of self-worth that doesn't depend on others' approval. When you value yourself for who you are, you become less susceptible to the allure of empty compliments. Instead, you'll recognize the deeper worth of those who support you with honesty and integrity. 2. Talking behind your back, but acting friendly in person. Few things are as damaging to trust as discovering that someone speaks poorly of you when you're not around. Fake people often maintain a facade of friendliness while sowing discord behind closed doors. This duplicity can leave you questioning your perception and doubting the authenticity of your relationships. Picture a co-worker who greets you warmly every day but criticizes your efforts to others, undermining your reputation. Or a friend who listens to your struggles only to share them as gossip in another circle. These actions reveal a fundamental lack of respect and loyalty. As Epictetus cautioned, first, learn the meaning of what you say and then speak. Stoic wisdom reminds us to guard our peace by aligning ourselves with those whose actions match their words. Marcus Aurelius advises, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own." This is a powerful reminder to value truth over appearances. When faced with a two-faced individual, don't internalize their behavior as a reflection of your worth. Instead, recognize it as their failure to live virtuously. To address this, cultivate direct and honest communication. If you suspect someone of speaking behind your back, confront them calmly and assertively. A genuine person will respond with accountability, while a fake one will deflect or deny. Build relationships with those who value integrity and let go of connections that lack mutual respect. 3. Disappearing. When you need support, but showing up during your successes. True friends stand by your side through both triumphs and trials. Fake people, however, have a pattern of vanishing when the going gets tough, only to reappear when there's something to gain. Their loyalty is conditional, tied to how your circumstances benefit them. As Seneca noted, adversity is the truest touchstone of friendship. Imagine reaching out to someone during a personal crisis, only to be met with silence. Later, when you achieve a milestone or success, they're the first to show up, eager to share in the spotlight. Their behavior reveals a lack of genuine care. They value what you can offer them, not who you are. Stoicism teaches us to accept hardships as part of life's natural ebb and flow. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Don't be surprised. Everything in life is but what you make it." Similarly, the presence of fake people during difficult times shouldn't surprise you. Instead, let it sharpen your discernment. To protect yourself, pay attention to who remains during challenging moments. These are the people who value you unconditionally. Limit your emotional investment in those who disappear when you need them most. By focusing on authentic relationships, you free yourself from the disappointment of unmet expectations and align with Stoic principles of self-sufficiency and resilience. 4. Constantly competing with you or one-upping your experiences. A hallmark of fake people is their inability to celebrate your successes without feeling threatened. They often turn every conversation into a competition, diminishing your achievements to elevate their own. This behavior reflects insecurity and a need for validation at your expense. As Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, "Be content with what you are and wish not for what you are not." Imagine sharing an exciting promotion only to hear, "That's nice, but when I was promoted, it was to an even higher position," or discussing a personal milestone only for them to immediately share a bigger accomplishment. Their focus isn't on you, but on how they can outshine you. Stoicism reminds us to focus on what is within our control, our own actions and thoughts. Comparing yourself to others or allowing their comparisons to affect you only leads to unnecessary suffering. As Epictetus taught, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Recognize that their behavior stems from their own struggles, not your inadequacy. To deal with these individuals, disengage from the competition they create. Avoid trying to match their one-upmanship and instead redirect the conversation to topics of mutual interest or genuine connection. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your successes as much as their own. By aligning with those who uplift rather than compete, you cultivate a community rooted in mutual respect and shared joy. 5. Showing little interest in your life unless it benefits them. Fake people often display selective interest. They'll engage with you only when they have something to gain. Conversations with them feel transactional, not mutual, leaving you feeling used rather than valued. Seneca captured this dynamic perfectly. Associate with people who are likely to improve you. Picture a friend who rarely asks about your life but becomes highly attentive when they need advice, resources, or connections. Once their needs are met, their interest in you quickly fades. This lack of reciprocity reveals their self-centered motives and undermines genuine connection. Stoicism teaches us to cultivate relationships based on shared virtue, not utility. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Waste no more time on arguing what a good man should be one." True friends invest in your well-being because they care, not because they expect something in return. To address this, observe how others respond when you share your joys and struggles. Authentic friends will engage out of genuine interest, while fake ones will either redirect the conversation to themselves or lose interest. Limit your investment in relationships that lack reciprocity and focus on building connections with people who value you for who you are, not what you can provide. 6. Using gossip or lies to manipulate others' opinions about you. Fake people often rely on gossip and deceit to manipulate others' perceptions of you. They spread half-truths, twist facts, and sow seeds of doubt to undermine your reputation. This behavior reflects their insecurity and lack of integrity. As Epictetus said, "The soul that is enslaved to its passions is tossed by the waves." Consider a co-worker who subtly criticizes you to your boss while maintaining a friendly demeanor toward you, or a friend who spreads personal information you shared in confidence to create drama. These actions are not only hurtful, but also indicative of someone who lacks the moral character to build trust. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of aligning with people who practice virtue. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Fake people often fail this test, and their behavior reveals their character more than it damages yours. To protect yourself, avoid engaging in gossip yourself. By maintaining your integrity, you ensure that their lies hold less power. Confront manipulative individuals calmly and directly when necessary, but don't allow their actions to pull you into a cycle of negativity. Instead, focus on building relationships with individuals who value honesty and transparency. By doing so, you reinforce the Stoic ideal of a life rooted in virtue and resilience. 7. Fake apologies that lack sincerity and accountability. A fake person's apology is often a hollow performance designed to save face rather than make amends. They may say, "I'm sorry you feel that way," deflecting responsibility, or apologize simply to move past the issue without addressing the root cause. As Seneca observed, "What need is there to weep over parts of life? The whole of it calls for tears." A fake apology underscores the pain of insincere relationships. Consider a friend who dismisses your hurt feelings with, "I didn't mean it like that, but if it upset you, sorry." Their words lack genuine remorse or a commitment to change. Such apologies fail to repair trust or strengthen the bond. Instead, they reveal a deeper unwillingness to prioritize mutual respect and growth. Stoicism teaches us to value actions over words. As Marcus Aurelius advised, "Waste no more time talking about what a good man should be one." A sincere apology involves acknowledgement of harm, accountability, and a genuine effort to change. Fake apologies fail this test, revealing the person's lack of authenticity. To address this, don't let empty words pacify you. Respond by calmly expressing what you need from an apology, such as accountability and change. If the person continues offering insincerity, it may be time to reevaluate the relationship. Surround yourself with individuals who value integrity and are willing to take responsibility for their actions, as these are the foundations of meaningful connections. 8. Mimicking your behavior or interests to blend in or gain favor. Fake people often mimic your mannerisms, hobbies, or preferences to gain your trust or approval. While imitation can be flattering when rooted in admiration, it becomes unsettling when it's used manipulatively. Epictetus warned, "Know, first, who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Fake people, lacking this self-awareness, adopt others' identities to mask their own insecurities. Imagine a co-worker who suddenly shares your interests, or a friend who starts dressing, talking, or behaving just like you. At first, this might seem like a coincidence, but over time, it becomes clear that their mimicry is a strategy to gain acceptance or leverage. Stoicism teaches us to value authenticity above all. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be yourself, the world will adjust." Genuine relationships are built on mutual respect for each other's individuality, not on forced conformity. To protect yourself, observe whether this person also mirrors others or shifts their behavior depending on who they're with. If their mimicry feels manipulative, create boundaries and focus on authentic connections. Encourage others to embrace their true selves by doing so yourself. When you align with people who value individuality, you foster a community of authenticity and mutual respect. 9. Emotionally draining interactions with little reciprocity. Fake people often engage in relationships that feel one-sided. They may lean on you for emotional support, but disappear when you need help. Interactions with them leave you feeling drained, as they take far more than they give. As Marcus Aurelius noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Fake people disrupt this quality by monopolizing your emotional energy. Consider a friend who constantly unloads their problems on you but dismisses your struggles or changes the subject when it's your turn to talk. Their behavior demonstrates a lack of empathy and reciprocity, hallmarks of an insincere relationship. Stoicism reminds us to guard our inner peace by avoiding unnecessary emotional burdens. Epictetus advised, "He who is not satisfied with a little is satisfied with nothing." Fake people often demand more of your time and energy than they're willing to return, leaving you perpetually unsatisfied. To address this, set clear boundaries. Limit the time and energy you devote to relationships that feel draining. Seek connections with people who offer emotional support and balance. By focusing on these authentic relationships, you can preserve your emotional well-being and create a network of mutual care. 10. Prioritizing appearances and status over genuine connection. For fake people, appearances often take precedence over authenticity. They prioritize how things look over how they feel, valuing social status and public image more than meaningful relationships. Seneca's words remind us of the folly in this. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. Fake people's obsession with appearances stems from their own insecurities, not genuine value. Imagine a friend who only spends time with you in public, ensuring they're seen with you at social events, but avoiding deeper, private conversations. Or a colleague who flatters you in meetings, but ignores you otherwise. Their actions are about optics, not connection. Stoicism teaches us to focus on substance over form. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be satisfied with what you have and accept the present moment." Genuine relationships thrive on mutual understanding and shared values, not superficial displays of success or popularity. To protect yourself, recognize when someone's actions are more about performance than connection. Prioritize relationships that value honesty and depth over appearances. Surround yourself with people who see your worth beyond status or social clout. By doing so, you align with the Stoic ideal of living a life grounded in authenticity and virtue. Solutions and how to protect yourself. Recognizing fake people in your life is only the first step. The real challenge lies in protecting yourself from their toxic influence while fostering authentic connections. Stoic wisdom offers practical strategies to navigate these challenges with clarity and resilience. 1. Identify and limit interactions. Epictetus reminds us, the key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. Once you identify fake people, consciously limit your exposure to their negativity. This doesn't always mean cutting them off completely. Sometimes, especially with co-workers or family members, that's impractical. Instead, create emotional boundaries. For example, avoid sharing personal details with those who have betrayed your trust and engage with them only when necessary. Communicate directly and assertively. Fake people often thrive on ambiguity, so clear, assertive communication can disarm their tactics. If someone exhibits toxic behaviors, address it calmly and firmly. Marcus Aurelius advises, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. Approach conversations with compassion, but stand firm in expressing your boundaries. For instance, if a friend constantly gossips, tell them, I'm uncomfortable discussing others this way. 3. Build a strong support system. A community of authentic, supportive individuals is a powerful antidote to the effects of fake relationships. Seek out people who align with your values and demonstrate loyalty and empathy. Seneca encourages us to associate with people who are likely to improve you. Invest your energy in these relationships and let them reinforce your sense of belonging and self-worth. 4. Practice self-care and emotional resilience. Fake people can drain your emotional reserves, making self-care essential. Marcus Aurelius advises, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Focus on activities that nurture your well-being, such as journaling, meditation, or engaging in hobbies that bring you joy. Strengthen your inner world so you rely less on external validation. 5. Seek professional guidance when necessary. If fake people have caused significant emotional harm, don't hesitate to seek help. A therapist or counselor can provide tools to navigate these challenges and help you heal. Stoicism doesn't mean handling everything alone. It encourages wisdom in seeking the right resources for growth and recovery. By following these steps, you align with the Stoic principle of cultivating a life rooted in virtue and authenticity. You not only protect yourself from the influence of fake people, but also pave the way for deeper, more meaningful connections. Identifying fake people in your life is not about fostering distrust, but about practicing discernment to protect your peace and well-being. Stoicism reminds us that our inner tranquility depends on the quality of our relationships. As Marcus Aurelius wisely noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. By removing toxic influences and nurturing genuine connections, you create space for growth, resilience, and joy. Recap the signs. Excessive flattery, duplicity, emotional one-sidedness, and a focus on appearances are just a few of the red flags to watch for. Recognizing these behaviors allows you to limit their impact and make room for relationships that truly matter. Remember, you are the guardian of your own well-being. As Seneca advised, associate with people who may improve you, and welcome those whom you may improve. Surround yourself with people who uplift, challenge, and inspire you. Finally, embrace your self-worth. You deserve relationships built on trust, honesty, and mutual care. By fostering authenticity in yourself and others, you not only protect your emotional health, but also build a life of deeper meaning and connection. Take this wisdom to heart and let it guide you. Your time and energy are precious. Invest them wisely. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like the video. It really helps spread this message to others who might need it. Subscribe to the channel for more insights on relationships, personal growth, and wisdom inspired by timeless philosophies. And of course, if you think someone in your life could benefit from this, don't hesitate to share it with them. Your support means the world and helps us continue creating content that empowers and inspires. Thank you for being part of this community, and remember, always choose authenticity and protect your peace. See you in the next video.
12 things, every 20. Something needs to learn before it's too late. Have you ever wondered what truly sets apart a life well lived from one filled with regret? As you navigate your 20s, it's easy to get caught up in the frenzy of dreams and ambitions. But what if the key to a fulfilling life lies in the wisdom you cultivate along the way? Imagine having a roadmap that guides you through the complexities of youth, helping you avoid common pitfalls and embrace timeless truths. In this guide, we delve into 12 essential lessons every 20-something should learn before it's too late. Each lesson, rooted in the enduring philosophy of Stoicism, offers practical wisdom to enrich your journey. Let these insights transform the way you live, think, and grow, leading you to a life of purpose and fulfillment. 1. Respect people with less power. True character is revealed in how we treat those with less power. It's easy to show respect to superiors or peers, but the real test lies in our interactions with those who hold no sway over our lives. The waiter serving your meal, the janitor cleaning your office, the intern making copies. These individuals deserve the same respect and kindness as anyone else. Stoicism teaches us that virtue lies in our actions and attitudes. By respecting everyone equally, we cultivate humility and empathy. This practice not only elevates others, but also enriches our own character. Remember, power dynamics are transient. Today's subordinate might be tomorrow's leader, and your treatment of them can leave a lasting impression. In the grand scheme of life, we are all interconnected, and respecting each person reinforces the dignity of our shared humanity. Let your actions reflect your values, demonstrating that respect is not a currency to be traded, but a fundamental principle to be upheld. As Seneca said, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." Embrace this wisdom and let respect guide your every interaction. 2. Be hard on your opinions. In the pursuit of wisdom, it's essential to be rigorously critical of your own opinions. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-examination and intellectual integrity. Opinions, while everyone has them, must be continuously scrutinized and tested. This process involves challenging your beliefs, recognizing your biases, and being open to change. A Stoic understands that clinging to unexamined beliefs leads to ignorance and stagnation. By subjecting your views to rigorous analysis, you ensure they are well-founded and robust. This practice not only sharpens your intellect, but also fosters a deeper understanding of the world. It is through this lens that you can engage in meaningful dialogue and contribute to a more nuanced discourse. Remember, wisdom is not about being right. It's about striving for truth. As Marcus Aurelius advised, if someone is able to show me that what I think or do is not right, I will happily change, for I seek the truth. Embrace this Stoic principle and let it guide you to a life of intellectual rigor and continuous growth. 3. Prioritize mental health. Mental health is as vital as physical health, yet it often goes neglected. Stoicism teaches us the importance of inner peace and resilience. To navigate life's challenges effectively, one must cultivate a sound mind. This involves recognizing the signs of mental strain and taking proactive steps to address them. Engage in practices that promote mental well-being, such as mindfulness, meditation, and maintaining a balanced lifestyle. Don't hesitate to seek professional help when needed. There is no shame in prioritizing your mental health. A Stoic understands that true strength lies in acknowledging vulnerabilities and taking steps to fortify oneself against them. By caring for your mental health, you build resilience and maintain the clarity needed to face life's adversities with grace. As Epictetus wisely noted, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Make mental health a priority, ensuring you are equipped to handle whatever life throws your way. By doing so, you not only improve your own life, but also set a positive example for others to follow. 4. Cultivate financial literacy. Understanding and managing finances is crucial for long-term stability and peace of mind. Stoicism teaches us to prepare for the future while living virtuously in the present. Financial literacy equips you with the tools to make informed decisions, avoid debt, and build a secure future. Begin by learning the basics: budgeting, saving, investing, and understanding credit. These skills not only help you navigate the complexities of the financial world, but also prevent undue stress and anxiety. A Stoic approach to finances involves moderation, discipline, and foresight. Avoid the pitfalls of consumerism and instant gratification. Instead, focus on sustainable financial practices. Seneca wisely remarked, "Wealth is the slave of a wise man, the master of a fool." By mastering your finances, you gain control over your life, allowing you to pursue your goals without being hindered by financial woes. Cultivate financial literacy as a lifelong habit, ensuring that you can live freely and prudently. This knowledge not only secures your future, but also empowers you to make positive contributions to your community and those around you. 5. Exercise. Physical exercise is indispensable for a balanced life. Stoicism advocates for the care of both mind and body, recognizing their interdependence. Regular physical activity strengthens the body, sharpens the mind, and lifts the spirit. Whether it's jogging, yoga, weightlifting, or a team sport, find a form of exercise that you enjoy and make it a part of your routine. Exercise not only enhances physical health, but also improves mental clarity and emotional stability. It acts as a natural antidote to stress, anxiety, and depression. A Stoic understands the importance of discipline and perseverance, and regular exercise embodies these virtues. By committing to a fitness regimen, you develop resilience and fortitude that transcend physical benefits. As Marcus Aurelius advised, you must build up your life action by action and be content if each one achieves its goal as far as possible. Let exercise be a foundational action in your life, contributing to your overall well-being and enabling you to face life's challenges with vigor and grace. 6. You don't have to have a dream. In a world obsessed with grand ambitions, it's liberating to realize that you don't need a lifelong dream to find purpose. Stoicism teaches us to focus on the present and find fulfillment in our daily actions. Instead of chasing a singular, elusive dream, commit to short-term goals with passion and dedication. This approach, known as being micro-ambitious, allows you to derive satisfaction from the process rather than the outcome. Life is unpredictable, and rigid, long-term plans can obscure opportunities that arise unexpectedly. By concentrating on what's in front of you, you remain open to diverse paths and experiences. Embrace each task with pride and diligence, and knowing that meaningful achievements often come from sustained effort in the present. As Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Let go of the pressure to have a grand dream and instead cultivate a life rich in purpose through mindful and deliberate actions. This way, you ensure that each moment is valuable, leading to a fulfilling and adaptable life journey. 7. Define yourself by what you love. Defining yourself by what you love rather than what you oppose fosters a more positive and fulfilling life. Stoicism encourages us to focus on virtues and values that uplift us, instead of identifying yourself through negations, what you don't like or what you stand against. Celebrate the things and people that bring you joy. Be vocal and demonstrative about your passions. Whether it's music, art, literature, or a cause you believe in, let these positive forces shape your identity. This mindset shift not only enriches your own life, but also spreads positivity to those around you. It's easy to fall into the trap of negativity and criticism, but a Stoic finds strength in love and admiration. Marcus Aurelius suggested, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." By focusing on what you love, you cultivate a mindset of gratitude and contentment. Embrace this principle and let your passions guide you toward a life filled with meaning and joy, creating a ripple effect of positivity in your community. Listen, be a teacher. Teaching is one of the most noble and impactful roles one can undertake. Stoicism emphasizes the value of sharing wisdom and knowledge. Whether formally or informally, be a teacher whenever possible. You don't have to make it a lifelong career. Even a short stint can be profoundly rewarding. Share your ideas and experiences generously, helping others grow and learn. This practice not only benefits your students, but also deepens your own understanding. By teaching, you solidify your knowledge and gain new perspectives. Moreover, it cultivates patience, empathy, and communication skills. As Seneca said, "While we teach, we learn." Embrace opportunities to educate and inspire others, whether through formal teaching, mentoring, or simply sharing insights with friends and colleagues. This commitment to spreading knowledge enriches both you and those you teach, creating a legacy of wisdom and compassion. Let the Stoic principle of virtuous action guide you in being an exemplary teacher, contributing to the intellectual and moral growth of your community. 9. Embrace failure. Failure is an inevitable part of life and a powerful teacher. Stoicism teaches us to view failure not as a setback, but as an opportunity for growth. Embrace your failures with grace, understanding that they provide invaluable lessons and insights. Each failure is a step toward improvement and resilience. By accepting and analyzing your mistakes, you build the strength to overcome future challenges. This mindset shift transforms failures from sources of shame into catalysts for personal development. Remember, even the greatest achievements often follow numerous failures. As Marcus Aurelius reflected, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Let your failures be the way forward, guiding you toward greater wisdom and capability. Cultivate a Stoic attitude toward setbacks, seeing them as essential components of your journey. This approach not only enhances your resilience, but also inspires others to persevere. Embrace failure as a natural and beneficial part of life, leading you to continuous growth and success. 10. Remember, it's all luck. Acknowledging the role of luck in our lives fosters humility and compassion. Stoicism reminds us that many factors influencing our successes and failures are beyond our control. Recognizing this helps us remain humble in our achievements and empathetic towards others. We're all subject to the whims of fate, and understanding this can dissolve arrogance and judgment. It's important to strive and work hard, but equally crucial to acknowledge the serendipity that accompanies our efforts. This perspective encourages us to support and uplift others, knowing that their struggles might be due to circumstances they cannot change. As Seneca wisely observed, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Embrace this Stoic wisdom by preparing diligently and accepting the role of fortune. This balanced view nurtures gratitude for our blessings and motivates us to share our good fortune with others, creating a more just and compassionate world. By remembering the element of luck, we cultivate a life of humility, empathy, and generosity. 11. Don't rush. Life is not a race, it's a journey to be savored and explored. Stoicism teaches us to live in the present moment, appreciating the process rather than fixating on the outcome. Don't succumb to the pressure of having everything figured out immediately. Life will unfold in its own time, bringing a mix of joys and challenges. Embrace each phase with patience and curiosity. Rushing through life not only causes unnecessary stress, but also makes you miss the beauty of the present. As Epictetus advised, no great thing is created suddenly. Take time to reflect, learn, and grow at your own pace. Understand that it's okay to not have all the answers right now. Focus on making the most of each moment and let your path reveal itself gradually. By slowing down, you allow yourself to experience life more fully and meaningfully. This Stoic approach encourages a balanced and fulfilling life, where each step is valued and each experience is a lesson. Embrace the journey and let go of the need to rush. 12. Don't seek happiness, as happiness is an elusive goal that often slips away when pursued directly. Stoicism teaches that true contentment comes from living virtuously and fulfilling our duties. Instead of seeking happiness, focus on leading a meaningful life. Engage in activities that align with your values, contribute to the well-being of others, and develop your character. Happiness, when it comes, will be a byproduct of a life well lived. Avoid the trap of constantly chasing pleasure or avoiding pain. These are fleeting and unreliable sources of joy. Instead, cultivate inner peace through self-discipline, wisdom, and compassion. As Seneca noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Shift your focus from seeking happiness to creating value and living with integrity. By doing so, you will find a deeper and more enduring sense of fulfillment. Let Stoic principles guide you, leading to a life of purpose where happiness naturally follows as a consequence of virtuous living. Your 20s are a time of exploration and growth, and these 12 lessons are your compass for navigating this transformative decade. Embrace each insight with an open heart and a curious mind, and watch how they shape your journey towards a more fulfilling life. If these lessons resonate with you, don't keep them to yourself. Like this video, share it with your friends, and join our community by subscribing to our channel. Together, we can continue to uncover wisdom and grow stronger every day. Your journey to a wiser, more purposeful life starts here. Don't miss out on the next steps. Hit that subscribe button and stay tuned for more enlightening content.
10 alarming signs. You're losing yourself in a relationship and how to deal with this problem. Do you feel like you've lost touch with who you are since entering your relationship? It's a subtle process. Compromises here, small sacrifices there, and before you know it, you barely recognize yourself. Losing yourself in a relationship doesn't happen overnight. It's gradual, often disguised as love or devotion, but it ultimately leaves you feeling disconnected, invisible, and unfulfilled. A healthy relationship should complement your individuality, not diminish it. Yet, in the name of harmony, many of us overextend ourselves, prioritizing our partner's needs while neglecting our own. Stoic philosophy teaches us the value of self-respect and balance. As Epictetus said, freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. In relationships, this freedom comes from staying true to your values, even as you grow together with another person. This video will guide you through 10 alarming signs that you might be losing yourself in your relationship. Each point is designed to help you reflect on your current dynamics, identify areas where you may be compromising too much, and find ways to reclaim your sense of self. Remember, losing yourself doesn't mean the relationship is doomed. It's a wake-up call. With awareness and action, you can create a partnership that honors both your individuality and your connection. Let us approach this with the wisdom of the Stoics, calmly, courageously, and with the intention of living in alignment with our true selves. Let's dive in. 1. You've stopped pursuing your interests. One of the first signs that you're losing yourself in a relationship is letting go of the passions and hobbies that once brought you joy. Whether it's painting, exercising, reading, or spending time with friends, these activities often take a back seat as your focus shifts entirely to your partner's needs and preferences. For example, maybe you used to attend a weekly yoga class, but now you skip it because your partner prefers to spend evenings together. Or perhaps you loved gardening, but it no longer feels worth the effort since your partner doesn't share the same enthusiasm. Over time, these small sacrifices add up, and you begin to lose touch with what makes you feel alive. Stoicism teaches us to value what is within our control, our choices and actions. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. By letting go of your passions, you surrender a part of your identity, which diminishes your overall strength and joy. To reclaim this part of yourself, start small. Dedicate even 15 minutes a day to something you love. Let your partner know that these interests are part of what makes you who you are. I'm going to spend some time on my painting tonight. It's important to me." A healthy relationship will not only allow space for your individuality, but encourage it. Your interests are not just hobbies, they are expressions of who you are. By nurturing them, you not only honor yourself, but also bring a fuller, more vibrant self to your relationship. 2. You constantly seek their approval. Do you find yourself hesitating to make decisions without first consulting your partner? Constantly seeking their approval, whether for small choices like what to wear or big decisions about your career, is a sign that you may be losing confidence in your own judgment. Over time, this behavior can lead to dependence, eroding your sense of autonomy. Imagine wanting to pursue a professional opportunity, but instead of trusting your instincts, you delay, worrying about how your partner might feel. Or perhaps you change your plans, outfit, or opinion to align with what you think they'd prefer. While seeking input in a partnership is natural, consistently prioritizing their opinion over your own is not. Stoicism teaches us to live with self-respect and integrity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This wisdom applies not only to moral choices, but also to how we honor our own inner compass. Relying too heavily on another's validation weakens the foundation of your self-trust. To counter this, practice making decisions independently. Start small. Choose something without asking for their input. Then reflect on how it feels to trust yourself. Gradually, you'll rebuild confidence in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. When appropriate, involve your partner in your decisions, but ensure it's a collaboration, not dependence. Approval from your partner should enhance your confidence, not define it. By trusting your judgment, you reclaim your autonomy and strengthen both your relationship and your sense of self. 3. You compromise your values. Have you ever found yourself going along with something that doesn't sit right with you just to maintain harmony in your relationship? Whether it's agreeing with their views to avoid conflict or participating in activities that conflict with your principles, compromising your values is a troubling sign that you may be losing yourself. For example, you might agree to cut corners in a financial decision because your partner insists it's not a big deal, even though honesty is a core value for you. Or perhaps you stay silent about an issue that matters deeply to you because you fear their disapproval. These moments may feel minor, but they chip away at your integrity and create internal conflict. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of living in alignment with our values. Epictetus reminds us, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you betray your principles, you lose mastery over your actions, leaving you disconnected from your true self. To address this, reflect on what matters most to you. Write down your core values and consider whether your relationship supports or challenges them. If you find yourself compromising too often, it's time to have an honest conversation with your partner. Express your feelings calmly. I feel strongly about value, and it's important that we respect that in our relationship. Living true to your values is non-negotiable. A relationship that forces you to compromise your integrity is not a partnership. It's a loss of self. Stand firm in who you are and let your actions reflect the strength of your character. 4. Your social circle has shrunk. Have you noticed that your friendships and family connections have started to fade since entering your relationship? While it's normal for priorities to shift, completely losing touch with your social circle is a red flag that you might be overly focused on your partner at the expense of other meaningful relationships. Perhaps you used to meet friends for coffee regularly, but now you decline invitations, feeling guilty about spending time away from your partner. Or maybe you've stopped calling family as often because your schedule revolves around your relationship. Over time, these decisions isolate you, leaving your partner as your sole source of connection and support. Stoicism teaches us the value of balance in our relationships. Marcus Aurelius said, "We are made for cooperation, like feet, like hands, like eyelids." This cooperation extends beyond romantic relationships to include friends, family, and the broader community. A fulfilling life requires nurturing a variety of connections, not relying solely on one. Rekindle your social circle by reaching out to friends and family intentionally. Schedule regular catch-ups, even if it's just a quick call or a coffee date. Let your partner know that maintaining these relationships is important to you and your overall well-being. A healthy relationship encourages growth in all areas of life, including your social connections. By fostering a strong support network, you enrich your life and avoid the pitfalls of isolation. True strength comes from balancing love for others with love for yourself and your community. 5. You feel overly responsible for their happiness. Do you find yourself constantly trying to keep your partner happy, even at the expense of your own well-being? While supporting each other is a cornerstone of a healthy relationship, feeling overly responsible for your partner's emotions can leave you drained and disconnected from your own needs. Imagine your partner is upset and you drop everything to comfort them, even if it means neglecting an important task or compromising your own peace of mind. Or you find yourself walking on eggshells, constantly trying to anticipate and prevent anything that might upset them. This pattern often leads to burnout as you take on more emotional labor than is fair or sustainable. Stoicism reminds us that we cannot control others, only our own actions and responses. Epictetus said, "It is not events that disturb people, but their judgments about them." Your partner's happiness is ultimately their responsibility, just as yours is yours. Taking this to heart helps create a balanced, healthier dynamic. To address this, Practice setting emotional boundaries. Offer support without overextending yourself. I'm here for you, but I also need to take care of myself right now. Encourage your partner to take ownership of their emotions while ensuring your own needs are met. A strong relationship is a partnership, not a one-sided effort. By sharing the responsibility for emotional well-being, you foster mutual respect and allow each person to grow independently and together. 6. You've lost your independence. Independence is vital in any relationship, yet it's often one of the first things sacrificed when you begin to lose yourself. Over time, you might find that your decisions, goals, and even daily routines revolve entirely around your partner, leaving little room for your own identity. For example, you stop pursuing personal goals because they don't align with your partner's plans, or you avoid making decisions without first consulting them, even for matters that primarily affect you. This level of dependence may seem harmless at first, but it erodes your confidence and creates an unhealthy dynamic. Stoicism teaches us to preserve our autonomy. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." If your independence is compromised, your sense of self, and therefore your happiness, is weakened. Reclaiming your independence starts with small steps. Set goals that are entirely your own, whether it's pursuing a hobby, taking a class, or advancing in your career. Make decisions that prioritize your needs and desires, and communicate with your partner about the importance of maintaining individuality within the relationship. A healthy relationship doesn't stifle independence, it celebrates it. By reclaiming your autonomy, you strengthen both yourself and the partnership, creating a foundation of mutual respect and balance. 7. You avoid conflict at all costs. Conflict is an inevitable part of any relationship, but avoiding it entirely can be a sign that you're losing yourself. When you suppress your feelings or agree with your partner just to maintain peace, you sacrifice your voice and create an imbalance in the relationship. For instance, imagine your partner suggests something you're uncomfortable with, but instead of expressing your concerns, you go along with it to avoid an argument. Or perhaps you hold back your true feelings about a recurring issue, fearing it will cause tension. Over time, these unspoken conflicts build resentment and distance. Stoicism encourages us to face challenges with courage and rationality. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You must build up your life action by action and be content if each one achieves its goal as far as possible." Addressing conflict constructively is one of those necessary actions for a balanced and honest relationship. Start by expressing your concerns calmly and clearly. "I feel uncomfortable with this, and I'd like to talk about it." Focus on solutions rather than assigning blame. Healthy conflict can strengthen a relationship by fostering understanding and trust, while avoiding it only deepens the divide. A relationship built on suppressed emotions is fragile. By facing conflict with openness and courage, you not only maintain your sense of self, but also nurture a stronger, more authentic connection with your partner. 8. You're neglecting self-care. Have you stopped prioritizing your own physical, mental, or emotional well-being? When you consistently put your partner's needs above your own, self-care often becomes an afterthought. Over time, this neglect can leave you feeling exhausted, unbalanced, and disconnected from yourself. For example, you skip workouts or healthy meals because your partner's schedule or preferences take precedence. Or you stop carving out alone time because you feel guilty for prioritizing yourself. While it may seem noble to focus on your partner, neglecting self-care depletes your ability to show up fully in the relationship. Stoicism teaches us the importance of nurturing our inner and outer well-being. As Epictetus said, "Take care of your body as if it were a temple." Self-care isn't selfish, it's essential. Without it, you cannot bring your best self to any aspect of life, including your relationship. Start by reclaiming small moments for yourself. Dedicate 20 minutes each day to something that recharges you, whether it's meditating, exercising, or reading. Communicate to your partner that self-care is non-negotiable for your health and happiness. A supportive partner will respect this and encourage you to take time for yourself. Remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. Prioritizing self-care ensures you remain balanced and capable of nurturing both yourself and your relationship. 9. You feel unrecognized or invisible. Do you feel like your thoughts, feelings, and achievements go unnoticed in your relationship? When your partner dominates conversations or dismisses your contributions, it can leave you feeling unappreciated and invisible. For instance, you might share an accomplishment only for your partner to downplay it or quickly shift the focus back to themselves. Or you might express a concern only to feel like your voice isn't being heard. Over time, this dynamic erodes your confidence and makes you question your value in the relationship. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-worth. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Man must consider not only his functions, but what the thing is which forms his judgment." Your value isn't diminished because someone else fails to see it. It is inherent and unwavering. If you feel invisible, address it with honesty and assertiveness. I feel like my thoughts and feelings aren't being acknowledged, and I'd like us to work on communicating better. A healthy relationship is built on mutual recognition and respect. By ensuring your voice is heard, you reaffirm your worth and create a more balanced dynamic. A wise person knows that recognition begins with self-respect. 10. You don't recognize yourself anymore. Perhaps the most alarming sign that you're losing yourself in a relationship is the feeling that you've become a stranger to yourself. Your goals, passions, and even your personality feel muted or entirely absent, leaving you wondering who you've become. For example, you used to dream of pursuing a certain career, but now that vision feels distant or irrelevant. Or maybe your sense of humor, once vibrant and carefree, has been replaced by constant worry about pleasing your partner. This loss of self can create a deep sense of emptiness. Stoicism teaches us that self-awareness is essential to a meaningful life. Seneca said, "To live is to be mindful." Recognizing when you've strayed from your true self is the first step toward reclaiming your identity. Reconnect with yourself by revisiting your goals, values, and passions. Spend time reflecting on what truly matters to you and take deliberate steps to reintroduce those elements into your life. Communicate your journey to your partner. I've realized I've lost touch with some parts of myself, and I'd like to focus on rediscovering them. A healthy relationship supports individuality and growth. By rediscovering who you are, you not only strengthen yourself, but also bring greater depth and authenticity to the partnership. As the Stoics remind us, true freedom lies in living authentically and in harmony with our values. Reclaim yourself, and the rest will follow. Solutions: how to reclaim yourself in a relationship. Recognizing that you're losing yourself in a relationship is the first step toward change. The good news is that reclaiming your sense of self doesn't mean ending the relationship. It means rebalancing it. By addressing these patterns with clarity and wisdom, you can create a healthier, more fulfilling dynamic. Here are practical steps to help you realign with your true self. 1. Practice self-reflection. Self-awareness is the cornerstone of personal growth. Reflect on how you've changed since entering the relationship. Ask yourself, what parts of myself have I let go of, and why? Journaling or meditating can help you uncover where you've compromised too much and what you need to reclaim. Stoicism encourages regular introspection. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Look within. Within is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up if you will ever dig." By understanding your inner needs, you can begin to realign your life with your values. 2. Set clear boundaries. Healthy relationships thrive on mutual respect and boundaries. Identify areas where you've overextended yourself, whether it's emotional labor, time, or energy, and communicate your limits to your partner. For example, if you've been neglecting your hobbies, let your partner know. I'd like to dedicate some evenings to my painting. It's something that helps me feel grounded. Boundaries are not walls, they're bridges that foster understanding and respect. 3. Reconnect with your passions. Rediscover activities that make you feel alive, whether it's taking up an old hobby, exploring a new interest, or dedicating time to personal goals. Prioritize these pursuits as essential to your well-being. Seneca's wisdom applies here. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. By reintroducing joy into your life, you reclaim a vital part of who you are. 4. Strengthen outside relationships. A balanced life includes connections beyond your romantic relationship. Rebuild ties with friends, family, and your community. Schedule regular meetups or calls with loved ones and invest in these relationships as a source of support and fulfillment. As Marcus Aurelius said, we are made for cooperation. Nurturing your wider circle enhances your sense of belonging and prevents over-reliance on your partner. 5. Foster independence. Regain confidence in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. Set personal goals and make decisions that align with your values, even if they don't directly involve your partner. Independence isn't about separation. It's about maintaining your identity while being part of a partnership. Epictetus reminds us, no man is free who is not master of himself. True freedom in a relationship comes from standing firm in your individuality. Losing yourself in a relationship doesn't happen overnight, and reclaiming yourself takes time, reflection, and deliberate action. The key is to approach this process with grace and wisdom, understanding that a healthy relationship is one where both partners grow together while maintaining their individuality. Stoic philosophy offers timeless guidance. Live in alignment with your values, nurture your inner self, and embrace the strength that comes from knowing who you are. By practicing self-reflection, setting boundaries, and fostering your passions and independence, you can create a partnership that enhances, not erases, your identity. Remember, as the Stoics teach, balance and self-awareness are essential for a fulfilling life. You deserve a relationship that uplifts and inspires you without compromising your sense of self. Take the first step today and trust that by prioritizing yourself, you'll create a healthier, more authentic connection with both your partner and yourself. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and guidance on navigating life's challenges. Your support means so much and helps us continue creating meaningful content. We'd love to hear from you. Have you ever felt like you were losing yourself in a relationship? How did you recognize it, and what steps did you take to reclaim your identity? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Let's learn from each other and grow together.
Have you ever felt like a pawn in someone else's game? Like a disposable tool used and discarded at their convenience? In a world where genuine connections are increasingly rare, it's crucial to identify the wolves in sheep's clothing, those who masquerade as friends but harbor ulterior motives. In this eye-opening exploration, we'll delve into the 10 telltale attitudes that expose a person's true colors, revealing that their concern for you is nothing more than a facade. Brace yourself as we unravel the threads of deceit and manipulation, empowering you to create a life surrounded by authentic, nurturing relationships. 1. The chameleon's selective availability. Picture this: you're in the midst of a crisis, desperately in need of a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on. You reach out to someone you consider a friend, only to be met with deafening silence. Days pass, and your messages remain unread, your calls unanswered. Yet when they require a favor or need something from you, they miraculously reappear, ready to engage. This selective availability is a glaring red flag, exposing the one-sided nature of the relationship. True friends are there through thick and thin, not just when it's convenient for them. If you find yourself consistently on the giving end, while your own needs are neglected, it's time to reassess the dynamic. 2. The narcissist's lack of personal interest. In the tapestry of genuine friendship, curiosity and empathy are the golden threads that bind hearts together. A true friend is invested in your life, eager to learn about your dreams, fears, and daily struggles. They listen attentively, offering support and celebrating your triumphs. However, when you encounter someone who rarely inquires about your well-being, focusing solely on their own needs and desires, it's a clear indication that you are merely a means to an end. They see you as a resource to be tapped rather than a multifaceted individual with intrinsic worth. This lack of personal interest is a billboard announcing loud and clear that their concern for you is superficial at best. 3. The manipulator's guilt trips and emotional blackmail. Manipulators are master puppeteers, skillfully pulling the strings of guilt and obligation to bend you to their will. They wield phrases like, "If you were really my friend, you would," as weapons, aiming to coerce you into compliance. These guilt trips are a form of emotional blackmail designed to erode your boundaries and exploit your kindness. In healthy relationships, respect and free will are the cornerstones, not manipulation and coercion. If someone consistently employs these tactics, it's a glaring sign that they prioritize their own agenda over your well-being. It's time to cut the strings and reclaim your autonomy. 4. The disrespectful leech's persistent lack of consideration. Respect is the lifeblood of any meaningful relationship. It's the understanding that your time, energy, and needs are just as valuable as theirs. When someone consistently disregards your boundaries, showing up late, canceling plans last minute, or demanding your attention at inappropriate times, they are broadcasting their lack of respect for you. This persistent pattern of disrespectful behavior, without any genuine effort to change, is a neon sign indicating that they view you as a disposable commodity. It's time to set firm boundaries and demand the respect you deserve. 5. The shallow socialite's superficial bonding. In the realm of authentic connections, depth is the key that unlocks the doors to meaningful relationships. When conversations consistently remain at a surface level, never venturing beyond small talk and trivial topics, it's a red flag that the person is not invested in truly getting to know you. They may be pleasant company for a casual encounter, but their lack of interest in your inner world reveals the shallow nature of the bond. Reflect on whether this connection offers genuine growth and mutual understanding, or if it's merely a mirage of friendship. 6. The fair weather friend's absence in crucial moments. Life is a tapestry woven with moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and adversity. It is during the darkest hours that true friendships shine the brightest. When you find yourself navigating a storm, a genuine friend is there to weather it with you, offering unwavering support and empathy. However, if someone is conspicuously absent during your times of need, offering only superficial platitudes or empty promises, it's a glaring sign that their commitment to the relationship is conditional. True friends stand by you, not just in the sunshine, but in the rain as well. 7. The opportunist's calculated connections. In the world of social climbing, some individuals view relationships as mere rungs on a ladder to success. They strategically align themselves with those they perceive as beneficial to their goals, only to discard them when they've outlived their usefulness. If you notice someone consistently gravitating towards those with influence, power, or status while neglecting genuine connections, it's a red flag that their interest in you is purely transactional. True friends value you for who you are, not what you can do for them. The competitive frenemies, constant comparison. A true friend celebrates your successes and shares in your joys. However, when someone consistently compares themselves to you, constantly trying to one-up your achievements or downplay your accomplishments, it's a sign that they view you as a rival rather than a friend. This competitive behavior breeds resentment and undermines the foundation of trust and support that genuine friendships are built upon. If you find yourself constantly walking on eggshells, afraid to share your triumphs for fear of triggering their insecurities, it's time to re-evaluate the relationship. 9. The gossip monger's breach of trust. Trust is the cornerstone of any meaningful relationship. When you confide in someone, you trust that they will hold your secrets and vulnerabilities with care and respect. However, if you discover that someone has been sharing your private information with others, gossiping behind your back, or using your confessions against you, it's a glaring sign that they have little regard for your trust and well-being. A true friend protects your privacy and maintains confidentiality, understanding the sacred nature of the bond you share. 10. The toxic critic's constant negativity. In life's journey, we need companions who uplift and inspire us, not those who constantly drag us down with their negativity. If someone consistently criticizes your choices, belittles your dreams, or undermines your self-esteem, it's a red flag that they are not invested in your growth and happiness. A true friend offers constructive feedback and support, encouraging you to be your best self. They celebrate your uniqueness and help you navigate challenges with compassion and wisdom. If you find yourself constantly drained and discouraged after interactions with someone, it's time to reassess the impact they have on your mental and emotional well-being. The importance of emotional boundaries and self-worth. Recognizing these toxic attitudes is the first step in protecting your emotional well-being and cultivating a life filled with genuine reciprocal relationships. It's essential to establish clear boundaries, communicating your needs and expectations with assertiveness and compassion. Surround yourself with individuals who uplift and inspire you, those who celebrate your successes and support you through challenges. Remember, your worth is not defined by how others treat you, but by how you treat yourself. Embrace your inherent value and refuse to settle for relationships that diminish your spirit. Seek out connections that nourish your soul, where mutual respect, empathy, and growth are the foundations. As you navigate the complex landscape of human interactions, trust your intuition and the wisdom gained from experience. Be willing to let go of those who consistently drain your energy and erode your self-esteem. Instead, invest in relationships that inspire you to be your best self, where love, respect, and authenticity are the guiding lights. In a world where genuine connections are precious gems, it's crucial to be discerning in who you allow into your inner circle. By recognizing the 10 attitudes of those who don't truly care, you empower yourself to create a life surrounded by individuals who value and cherish you for who you are. So, dear viewer, embrace your worth, set healthy boundaries, and cultivate relationships that uplift your spirit. Remember, you are deserving of love, respect, and genuine connection. Don't settle for anything less. 10 signs you're dealing with an evil person. Have you ever encountered someone who seems to thrive on causing chaos and pain in others' lives? It's a chilling realization, but evil people exist. and their impact can be devastating. Welcome to today's video, where we delve into a topic that's both fascinating and frightening: the signs you're dealing with an evil person. Whether you've crossed paths with such individuals or fear that someone close to you is exhibiting troubling behavior, this is a discussion you cannot afford to miss. Evil people aren't just difficult, they lack empathy, manipulate and control with a cold precision that leaves a trail of destruction in their wake. Stay with us as we uncover the 10 telltale signs of evil, offering wisdom and strategies to protect yourself from their toxic influence. And don't forget, we have a special bonus at the end, a powerful method for setting boundaries with the destructive personalities. Welcome to Wellness Lenses, where we explore mental health and the journey to self-development. Let's dive in. Section 1. Exploitation of vulnerabilities. One of the most insidious traits of an evil person is their ability to exploit the vulnerabilities of others. This exploitation is not a mere act of opportunism. It is a deliberate and calculated move to gain power and control. Imagine a person who, upon learning of your financial struggles, offers seemingly generous help, but with strings attached. Over time, this assistance becomes a tool for manipulation, making you feel indebted and obligated. The Stoic philosopher Seneca advised that true strength lies in helping others without expecting anything in return. In contrast, evil individuals weaponize kindness to create dependency. They target your emotional, financial, or physical weaknesses, turning them into instruments of control. Recognizing this behavior is crucial. Do not be blinded by their initial generosity or sympathy. Instead, observe the patterns of their actions. Are they genuinely helping, or are they creating a situation where you are increasingly reliant on them? A wise person remains vigilant, understanding that true assistance empowers, while exploitation entraps. Remember, the foundation of any healthy relationship is mutual respect and support, not manipulation through vulnerability. Section 2. Pathological lying. Pathological lying is a hallmark of an evil person. Unlike occasional falsehoods that most people might tell, pathological liars weave a web of deceit that permeates every aspect of their lives. They lie not only to manipulate situations to their advantage, but also for the sheer pleasure of deception. These individuals construct a facade, presenting themselves as trustworthy and reliable while hiding their true intentions. As Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, taught, integrity and honesty are the cornerstones of a virtuous life. The lies of an evil person erode trust, creating an environment where truth is a rare commodity. Their deceit is often so elaborate and convincing that it becomes difficult to discern reality from fiction. This constant uncertainty destabilizes those around them, leaving a trail of confusion and mistrust. To protect oneself, it is essential to remain grounded in truth and practice discernment. Be aware of inconsistencies in their stories and actions. Over time, their pattern of deceit will become evident. Trust is earned through consistent and truthful behavior, not through the manipulation of facts. By valuing truth and integrity, you shield yourself from the corrosive effects of pathological liars. Section 3. Manipulation. Manipulation is a subtle yet powerful tool wielded by evil individuals to bend others to their will. Unlike straightforward aggression, manipulation is insidious, often masquerading as concern or affection. The manipulator skillfully exploits emotions, using guilt, fear, and obligation to control their victims. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of reason and self-control. He warned against allowing others to dictate our actions through emotional manipulation. Evil people are masters of this dark art. They may play the victim, making you feel responsible for their happiness or success. Alternatively, they might shower you with praise and attention, only to withdraw it to keep you in a state of perpetual insecurity. Recognizing manipulation requires a clear and objective mind. Reflect on your interactions with such individuals. Are their actions and words consistent? Do they often make you feel guilty or obligated? A wise person understands that genuine relationships are built on mutual respect and honesty, not on coercion and deceit. By cultivating inner strength and self-awareness, you can resist manipulation and maintain control over your own life. Remember, true power lies in mastering oneself, not in controlling others. Section 4. Charismatic but toxic. Evil individuals often cloak their malevolence in charisma and charm. At first glance, they seem genuinely interested in you, showering you with attention and making you feel valued. However, this facade quickly fades as their true nature emerges. These toxic personalities thrive on being the center of attention, often resorting to belittling or criticizing others to maintain their dominance. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true character is revealed through consistent actions, not through superficial charm. An evil person's charisma is a tool for manipulation, drawing you in before unveiling their toxic behavior. They may interrupt you, talk over you, or make you feel inferior to bolster their own ego. Recognizing this behavior is essential for self-preservation. Observe how they treat others, especially those who cannot offer them anything in return. A genuinely good person treats everyone with respect, regardless of their status. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. A wise individual remains wary of those who seem too good to be true, understanding that true virtue is quiet and unassuming, not loud and ostentatious. Section 5. Unpredictable behavior. Unpredictable behavior is a common trait among evil people, creating an environment of instability and fear. These individuals are erratic, their actions and moods shifting without warning. This unpredictability keeps those around them constantly on edge, never knowing what to expect next. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus advised, maintaining inner peace requires understanding that external chaos is beyond our control. Evil people exploit this chaos, using it to manipulate and control others. Their erratic behavior can manifest as sudden outbursts of anger, mood swings, or inexplicable actions. This unpredictability is a deliberate tactic to keep you unsettled and dependent on their approval. Recognizing this pattern is crucial. Stay grounded in your own values and principles, and do not allow their chaos to dictate your emotions or actions. A wise person understands that true strength comes from within, not from external validation. By maintaining a calm and steady demeanor, you can navigate the storm of unpredictability and protect your inner peace. Remember, stability and consistency are hallmarks of a virtuous life, while chaos and unpredictability are tools of manipulation. Section 6. Isolation tactics. Isolation is a powerful strategy employed by evil individuals to control and dominate their victims. By severing your connections with friends, family, and support systems, they make you increasingly dependent on them. This isolation can be subtle, starting with criticism of your loved ones and escalating to outright forbidding you from seeing them. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of community and relationships in achieving a virtuous life. Evil people, however, seek to undermine this by isolating you from those who provide support and perspective. Recognizing this tactic is essential for maintaining your autonomy. Pay attention to efforts to distance you from your social network. Are they frequently criticizing your friends and family or creating conflicts that force you to choose sides? A wise person values and nurtures their relationships, understanding that a strong support system is crucial for emotional well-being. Resist attempts to isolate you by maintaining open communication with your loved ones and seeking their counsel. By staying connected, you protect yourself from the insidious effects of isolation and maintain your independence and strength. Section 7. Lack of empathy. A profound lack of empathy is a defining characteristic of an evil person. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, is the cornerstone of meaningful human relationships. Without it, interactions become hollow and self-serving. An evil person's actions are often devoid of any genuine concern for how they affect others. They may inflict pain or discomfort without a second thought, driven solely by their own desires and ambitions. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true strength lies in understanding and caring for others. The absence of empathy creates a void where cruelty and indifference thrive. Recognizing this lack is crucial. Observe how they react to others' suffering or misfortune. Do they show genuine concern, or do they dismiss it as irrelevant? A wise person values empathy and compassion, understanding that these qualities are essential for a harmonious and virtuous life. Protect yourself by setting boundaries with those who lack empathy and surrounding yourself with individuals who demonstrate genuine care and understanding. By doing so, you foster an environment of mutual respect and support, shielding yourself from the coldness of an unempathetic heart. Section 8. Extreme control. Extreme control is a defining trait of evil individuals, manifesting in their relentless desire to dominate every aspect of your life. This control goes beyond mere preferences. It is an all-consuming need to dictate your actions, choices, and even thoughts. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true freedom comes from within, from our ability to control our own minds and actions. Evil people, however, seek to strip you of this freedom, imposing their will through constant surveillance, criticism, and intimidation. Recognizing this behavior is essential for reclaiming your autonomy. Reflect on your interactions. Are they always checking up on you, demanding to know your whereabouts, and micromanaging your decisions? Do they use threats or emotional manipulation to enforce their control? A wise person understands the importance of personal freedom and the right to make their own choices. Resist their attempts to dominate by setting firm boundaries and asserting your independence. Surround yourself with supportive individuals who respect your autonomy. By doing so, you maintain control over your own life and protect yourself from the oppressive grip of extreme control. Section 9. Enjoyment of others' misery. One of the most disturbing traits of an evil person is their enjoyment of others' misery. This goes beyond a lack of empathy. It is a perverse pleasure derived from causing or witnessing suffering. Such individuals might laugh at others' misfortunes or go out of their way to create pain and chaos. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of kindness and compassion in our interactions. Evil people, however, thrive on the opposite. Their joy in others' suffering reveals a deep-seated malice. Recognizing this trait is vital. Observe their reactions to misfortune. Do they show a disturbing delight in the pain of others? A wise person understands that true happiness comes from lifting others up, not tearing them down. Protect yourself by distancing from those who find joy in cruelty. Cultivate relationships with individuals who exhibit kindness and compassion. By doing so, you create a positive environment that fosters growth and well-being. Remember, The measure of a person's character is in their ability to show empathy and kindness, not in their capacity for cruelty and malice. Section 10. Lack of accountability. A lack of accountability is a hallmark of an evil person. They rarely, if ever, take responsibility for their actions. Instead, they are quick to blame others or external circumstances, evading any sense of personal responsibility. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, emphasized the importance of self-reflection and accountability in personal growth. An evil person's refusal to acknowledge their faults hinders any possibility for improvement or genuine change. This lack of accountability often manifests in constant excuses, shifting blame, and a complete disregard for the consequences of their actions. Recognizing this behavior is crucial. Pay attention to how they respond when confronted with their mistakes. Do they own up to their actions, or do they deflect and accuse others? A wise person values accountability, understanding that it is essential for integrity and trust. Protect yourself by holding firm to your own values and expecting accountability in your relationships. Surround yourself with individuals who demonstrate honesty and a willingness to learn from their mistakes. By fostering an environment of accountability, you ensure that your interactions are built on a foundation of trust and mutual respect. Evil people can weave their way into our lives, leaving us feeling manipulated, controlled, and hurt. But by recognizing these 10 signs, you can protect yourself and reclaim your peace. Remember, it's not just about identifying these traits, but also about setting firm boundaries and standing strong in your values. If you found this video helpful, please like and share it to help others recognize and deal with the evil people in their lives. Don't forget to subscribe to Wellness Lenses for more insights on mental health and self-development. Your support means the world to us and helps us continue bringing you valuable content. Have any questions or experiences to share? Drop them in the comments below. We'd love to hear from you. Stay wise, stay strong, and see you in the next video.
Here are 10 key ideas to stop living for others and start living for yourself. What if I told you the secret to happiness is to stop chasing it? That the harder you try to please others, the further you push your own joy away. These 10 transformative ideas will not only challenge everything you've been told, but could completely change the way you live your life. Think about it. Why are so many people unhappy despite doing everything right? They achieve success, follow the rules, and seek approval, yet feel stuck. The answer is simple. They're living for others, not for themselves. Imagine breaking free from this cycle. What if you could stop caring about what others think, find purpose in every moment, and finally take control of your own happiness? These 10 ideas don't just make promises. They'll reveal why you've been stuck and how to truly live authentically. Here's the thing. These ideas aren't just philosophical musings. They're actionable steps. We'll explore why external approval breeds unhappiness, how courage transforms your life, and why your past doesn't have to dictate your future. But more importantly, we'll uncover why freedom lies in embracing who you are right now. By the end, you'll have a roadmap to start living for yourself and unlocking a life of true fulfillment. Let's dive in. 1. External approval breeds unhappiness. Caring too much about others' opinions is like handing them the keys to your freedom. When you seek external approval, you become a prisoner of their expectations, constantly trying to mold yourself into what they deem acceptable. The result? A life filled with frustration and dissatisfaction, because no matter how hard you try, you can never truly please everyone. Living for others means sacrificing your own dreams, values and happiness on the altar of their judgment. It's a losing battle. The opinions of others are ever-changing, often conflicting and rooted in their personal biases. Basing your self-worth on such an unstable foundation leaves you feeling unfulfilled and disconnected from your true self. Freedom lies in breaking this cycle. When you stop chasing approval, you gain the clarity to focus on what truly matters to you. You unlock the power to make choices that align with your authentic desires, rather than conforming to societal pressures. The irony is, when you live for yourself, you often gain the respect and admiration of others, not by chasing it, but by being unapologetically you. Free yourself from the chains of external validation. Your happiness is too valuable to leave in the hands of others. 2. Happiness requires courage. Happiness isn't something handed to you, it's something you have to fight for. And the biggest battle? The courage to be disliked. It's a tough pill to swallow, but if you constantly strive to meet societal expectations, you'll never live authentically. True happiness requires the boldness to stand firm in your values, even when it means facing criticism or rejection. Think about it. How often have you silenced your true thoughts or desires just to avoid conflict or gain approval? Each time you do, you chip away at your authenticity. But living this way is exhausting and unfulfilling. The people whose opinions you're so desperate to manage often don't notice or care as much as you think. The moment you embrace the courage to be disliked, something incredible happens. You feel free. You realize you don't need everyone to agree with or approve of you to feel good about yourself. This courage allows you to set boundaries, pursue your passions, and live in alignment with your values. It's not about being defiant, it's about being true to yourself. The path to happiness is paved with moments of bravery. Choose courage over conformity, and you'll unlock a life filled with meaning and joy. 3. Goals. Shape emotions. Your emotions don't just happen, they are closely tied to your goals. Every feeling you experience, whether it's joy, frustration, or disappointment, stems from your perception of progress toward what you value most. When your goals are aligned with your authentic self, your emotions act as motivators, guiding you forward. But when you chase unattainable goals, like trying to please everyone or seeking universal approval, negative emotions inevitably take over. Consider this. If your goal is to earn validation from others, you'll always feel like you're falling short. Approval is fleeting and subjective, leaving you in a constant state of anxiety and frustration. On the other hand, when you focus on achievable, meaningful goals that resonate with your true desires, emotions like satisfaction and confidence naturally emerge. The key is to set goals that align with your values, not society's expectations. Instead of pursuing perfection or external validation, aim for personal growth, meaningful relationships, or creative fulfillment. When your goals are authentic, your emotions become tools that drive your progress rather than obstacles that hold you back. Take control of your emotional life by shaping goals that truly matter. When you focus on what's meaningful to you, your emotions will become allies, not enemies. 4. Trauma doesn't define you. Your past may shape you, but it does not have to define your future. Too often, people believe that their negative experiences permanently dictate who they are or what they can achieve. This mindset traps you in a cycle of self-limiting beliefs and prevents you from seeing the potential for growth and change. Trauma is not your identity. It's an event, a moment in your life, not the sum of your existence. The true power lies in the meaning you assign to these experiences. You can choose to view them as barriers, or you can reframe them as lessons and opportunities for strength. It's not about denying the pain. It's about refusing to let it control your narrative. Think of people who've endured great hardships, yet emerged stronger, more compassionate and purpose-driven. What sets them apart is their ability to assign empowering meanings to their experiences. They see trauma as a chapter in their story, not the title of the book. You hold the pen to your life. Rewrite the narrative in a way that serves you, not one that keeps you stuck. By doing so, you take control of your future and open the door to possibilities that are shaped by your choices, not your past. 5. Relationships. Thrive on contribution, not competition. When your relationships are built on the need for approval, they become exhausting competitions. You constantly compare yourself, wondering if you're liked enough, doing enough, or measuring up to some invisible standard. This mindset creates a transactional dynamic where the goal isn't connection, but validation. Over time, these relationships feel hollow, draining, and unfulfilling. Genuine relationships, however, thrive on contribution. When you focus on what you can give instead of what you can get, everything shifts. Contribution transforms interactions into opportunities for connection, growth, and mutual support. Whether it's offering your time, empathy, or encouragement, giving from a place of authenticity fosters deeper and more meaningful bonds. For example, think about the times you felt closest to someone. It likely wasn't during moments of competition, but when you offered or received genuine care, understanding, or help. True connection isn't about outperforming others or gaining their approval. It's about creating a safe space where both of you can thrive. Choose contribution over comparison. When you stop worrying about being enough for others and focus on giving from the heart, you'll build relationships rooted in trust, respect, and love, ones that truly enrich your life. Freedom lies in self-acceptance. Living according to others' standards is like wearing a mask. It hides your true self and limits your freedom. When you measure your worth by external validation, you become trapped in a never-ending cycle of trying to please others, constantly adjusting yourself to fit their expectations. True liberation comes when you step away from this cycle and embrace self-acceptance. Self-acceptance doesn't mean settling for who you are today. Instead, it means recognizing your intrinsic value while acknowledging areas for growth. It's about knowing that your worth isn't tied to your achievements, appearance, or how others perceive you. When you accept yourself fully, flaws and all, you free yourself from the fear of judgment. Think of how empowering it is to make decisions based on your own values rather than trying to predict what others want from you. This doesn't mean disregarding others entirely. It means prioritizing your authenticity over their approval. The irony is that people often respect you more when you're unapologetically yourself, because it shows confidence and integrity. True freedom begins when you accept yourself as you are and live according to your own terms. It's not just about being happy, it's about being whole. 7. Unhappiness as a strategy. Unhappiness often feels like something that happens to us, but in many cases, it's a strategy we unconsciously use to avoid taking action or confronting change. By holding on to dissatisfaction, we create a buffer against the risk of failure or rejection. It becomes an excuse to stay in our comfort zone even if that comfort zone is making us miserable. For example, consider someone who constantly complains about their job but never applies for new opportunities. The unhappiness serves a purpose. It justifies staying put because the fear of failure or the unknown outweighs the desire for change. Similarly, clinging to unattainable goals like perfection or universal approval creates a cycle of frustration that keeps us stuck. Breaking free from this strategy requires courage and self-awareness. Ask yourself, what purpose is my unhappiness serving? What am I avoiding? Often the answers reveal that taking action, even imperfectly, is less scary than you've imagined. Unhappiness isn't meant to be a permanent state. It's a signal that something needs to change. Don't let it become your default strategy for avoiding risk. Instead, use it as a motivator to reevaluate your goals. Take purposeful action and step into a life of greater fulfillment and joy. 8. Happiness is in helping. True happiness isn't found in chasing personal achievements or seeking constant validation. It emerges when you contribute to the well-being of others. Helping others without expecting anything in return fosters a sense of purpose, connection, and fulfillment that material successes often cannot provide. Think about a time when you offered genuine help to someone, a friend in need, a stranger you assisted, or a loved one you supported. The joy you felt wasn't tied to recognition or reward. It came from the simple act of making a positive impact. This kind of happiness is enduring because it's rooted in meaning, not momentary pleasure. Helping others shifts your focus away from self-centered concerns and towards something greater. It creates a ripple effect. Your kindness inspires others, strengthens relationships, and builds a sense of community. Whether it's through small gestures or significant contributions, each act of giving reinforces your value and interconnectedness with the world around you. Happiness isn't about what you get, it's about what you give. By prioritizing service over selfishness, you align yourself with a deeper sense of purpose and unlock a lasting, fulfilling form of joy. Helping others isn't just a moral act, it's a path to your own well-being. 9. You are intrinsically valuable. Your worth isn't tied to your achievements, appearance, or how others perceive you. Simply existing gives you intrinsic value. This idea can be hard to grasp in a world that constantly measures success by external metrics, money, accolades, or social status. But it's a truth that sets you free when fully embraced. Imagine a newborn baby. They contribute nothing to society in terms of productivity, yet their value is undeniable. Why? Because every person has worth, independent of what they do or achieve. This same principle applies to you. Your existence has a ripple effect. You impact others in ways you may never realize. A kind word, a shared smile, or simply being present can have profound effects on the people around you. When you recognize your intrinsic value, you stop seeking validation from others. You no longer feel the need to prove your worth through endless striving or comparison. Instead, you gain the confidence to live authentically, pursue your passions, and focus on what truly matters to you. You are enough just as you are. Embracing this truth allows you to live with a sense of peace and purpose, free from the pressure to constantly prove yourself to the world. 10. Live in the present. Happiness isn't something you'll find at the finish line of a major goal or milestone. It's in the moments you experience along the journey. Too often, we get caught up in, "I'll be happy when," thinking, believing joy will come only after achieving success, securing approval, or reaching some future destination. This mindset robs you of the ability to appreciate the here and now. Living in the present means fully engaging with the life unfolding around you. It's noticing the beauty of a quiet morning, savoring a conversation with a loved one, or finding joy in the small victories of daily life. These moments, though seemingly ordinary, hold the key to genuine happiness. When you're constantly focused on the future, you miss the richness of today. The journey itself is where growth, connection, and fulfillment happen, not just the destination. By grounding yourself in the present, you cultivate gratitude and contentment for what you already have, rather than yearning for what you lack. Happiness isn't in chasing the next big thing, it's in appreciating the path you're on right now. Embrace the present moment, and you'll find that life becomes not only more meaningful, but also infinitely more joyful. These 10 ideas are more than just insights. They're a call to action to take control of your life, stop living for others, and start living authentically. Remember, happiness isn't found in external approval or chasing unattainable goals. It's in the courage to be yourself, the freedom of self-acceptance, and the joy of living in the present. Now it's your turn. Which of these ideas resonated with you the most? Share your thoughts or your biggest takeaway in the comments. I'd love to hear your perspective, and if you found value in this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel and share it with someone who needs to hear this message. Let's inspire more people to live for themselves and not for others. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Here are 10 actionable Stoic-inspired strategies to free yourself from external validation and start living boldly. What if the key to a truly free and fulfilled life was just a shift in perspective? How often have you held back, sacrificed joy, or missed opportunities because you feared what they might think? That fear of judgment, that need for approval, it's like a chain keeping you stuck. Here's the truth. No one's opinion matters more than your own. This isn't just feel-good advice. It's a cornerstone of Stoicism. A philosophy that teaches freedom comes from mastering your mind and letting go of what's beyond your control, like others' fleeting opinions. If you're ready to step into your full potential, let's dive in. Your journey to freedom begins now. 1. Understand the dichotomy of control. Let me tell you a story about a friend of mine, Sarah. Sarah was always stressed about what her co-workers thought of her. If she wore a new outfit, she'd obsess over whether it was office appropriate. If she presented an idea in a meeting, she'd replay every word later, worrying if someone secretly disagreed. She spent so much energy chasing others' approval that she was constantly drained and deeply unhappy. One day, she shared her frustrations, and I asked her, "Sarah, who controls how they think about you?" She paused. "Well, they do." "Exactly," I said. "But who controls how you show up in that meeting or how you feel about that outfit?" She got it immediately. "I do." This is the dichotomy of control, a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It's simple but profound. Some things are within your control, and some aren't. Your thoughts, actions, and reactions, yours to command. The opinions of others, completely outside your jurisdiction. Why waste time and energy stressing about what you can't control? Think about it. If you spend every day chasing the approval of others, you're giving away your power. It's like running on a treadmill that never stops. No matter how fast you go, you'll never get anywhere. Here's a practical step. Take out a sheet of paper and draw 2 columns. Label one "in my control" and the other "out of my control." Write down a recent situation that's stressing you out and sort the details into those columns. Then focus only on what's in the first column. When Sarah started doing this, she stopped obsessing over what others thought and started focusing on doing her best work. The result? more confidence, less stress, and, ironically, more respect from her co-workers. When you master the dichotomy of control, you reclaim your freedom. Make the choice to focus on your lane, not theirs. That's how you win. 2. Detach from external validation. Let's talk about Michael. He was a rising entrepreneur, launching a new product that had potential to change his industry. But instead of focusing on the value his product brought to the table, Michael was consumed by one thing. What would people say? He agonized over every detail, fearing criticism and rejection. When someone gave him negative feedback, it hit him like a punch to the gut. This is the trap of external validation. You hand over your emotional well-being to others, allowing their opinions to dictate your self-worth. Stoicism teaches us that real value comes from within, from living virtuously, staying true to our purpose, and aligning with our principles, not from the fleeting approval of others. Epictetus said, "If you wish to improve, be content to appear clueless or stupid in extraneous matters." In other words, let people think what they want. Their judgment isn't a reflection of you, it's a reflection of them. Michael eventually shifted his mindset. Instead of worrying about what others thought, he focused on whether his actions aligned with his mission. Did he create the best product he could? Yes. Did he act with integrity? Absolutely. That became his benchmark for success, and it freed him to innovate without fear. Here's your action step. Identify one area in your life where you crave approval. Maybe it's at work, on social media, or in your relationships. Now ask yourself, am I doing this for me or for the applause? Then start shifting your focus inward. Celebrate progress based on your effort and alignment with your values, not the praise of others. Remember, seeking approval is like chasing the wind. You'll never catch it, and even if you do, it won't last. Focus on building a foundation that can't be shaken, your self-worth. 3. Practice negative visualization. Imagine this. You're walking into a party, excited to see friends and meet new people. But then it happens. That little voice in your head starts whispering, "What if no one likes you? What if you say something embarrassing?" Suddenly you're nervous, awkward, and totally disconnected. Sound familiar? This is where Stoic wisdom can change the game. The practice of negative visualization isn't about dwelling on worst-case scenarios. It's about imagining them so you can strip them of their power. The Stoics believed that fear of what could happen often paralyzes us more than the reality itself. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Do not be disturbed by the opinion of others, for if they are wrong, they need instruction. If they are right, you need to learn." In other words, what's the worst that could happen? Someone doesn't like your outfit. A joke doesn't land. Life goes on. Let me share a quick story. Anna was preparing for a big presentation, terrified she'd mess up and be judged. I asked her, "What's the absolute worst thing that could happen?" She laughed nervously and said, "I could forget my lines and look stupid." "Okay, then what?" I pressed. "Well, I guess I'd apologize, laugh it off, and keep going." Exactly. By walking through her fear, Anna realized it wasn't nearly as scary as she'd built it up to be. Here's your action step. Think of a situation where fear of judgment is holding you back. Imagine the worst-case scenario in detail. Then ask yourself, what's the worst thing that could realistically happen? Can I handle it? Most of the time, the answer is yes. Negative visualization turns fear into a challenge you can conquer. Face it head-on and watch your confidence soar. 4. Adopt the view from above. Picture this. You're stuck in traffic, late for an important meeting. Frustration builds as every minute ticks by, and you start spiraling. What will my boss think? Will this ruin my reputation? But then, imagine you're in a plane thousands of feet above, looking down at the same traffic. From that altitude, the cars are tiny dots, and the chaos you felt earlier seems insignificant. This shift in perspective is what Stoics call the view from above. By zooming out, you see how small most problems and opinions really are in the grand scheme of things. Marcus Aurelius frequently meditated on this idea, reminding himself to look at life from a higher vantage point. Consider the vastness of time and space and the smallness of our lives within it. Now, let's apply this to caring about others' opinions. Imagine you're nervous about speaking up in a meeting, fearing judgment, but from the view from above, those opinions are fleeting. A week, a month, or even a year from now, will anyone even remember what you said? Probably not. And if they do, will it really matter? Not likely. Here's a story. My client David was terrified of launching a podcast. He feared people would judge his voice, his ideas, or his credibility. I challenged him to take the view from above. Zoom out, I said. What will this mean in 10 years? If the podcast flops, what's the real impact? He laughed and admitted it wouldn't be a big deal. With that perspective, he launched, and today, his podcast is thriving. Action step. Next time you're overwhelmed by others' opinions, take a moment to meditate on the vastness of the universe. Imagine yourself as a tiny speck in an endless cosmos. Feel the weight of those judgments shrink and fade. The view from above isn't just philosophy, it's power. It reminds you to focus on what truly matters and let go of what doesn't. 5. Embrace impermanence. Let me ask you this. Do you remember the last time someone criticized you harshly? Maybe it was a snide remark from a co-worker or an offhand comment from a friend. Now, think about how much that moment consumed your mind back then. But here's the real question. Does it still matter now? Chances are it doesn't. That's because opinions, like all things, are fleeting. Stoicism teaches us to embrace impermanence, the understanding that nothing lasts forever. Marcus Aurelius captured this wisdom beautifully when he wrote, "Everything we see will quickly perish, and those who see it will perish too." This isn't meant to depress you, it's meant to free you. The judgment you fear today will fade with time, just like the countless worries you've faced before. Here's a story. Claire was a young artist who stopped sharing her work after a few harsh critiques online. She obsessed over the negative comments, letting them overshadow her love for creating. When I asked her to reflect on those comments a year later, she couldn't even remember the details. Why let something so temporary stop you from doing what you love? I asked. She realized she had given power to something that had already faded into the past. Action step. Think about a time you felt judged or criticized. How much does it matter to you today? Now remind yourself that today's challenges will fade just as quickly. Journaling on this regularly can reinforce your understanding of impermanence. When you embrace the fleeting nature of others' opinions, you stop giving them more weight than they deserve. Life is short, too short to let transient judgments hold you back. Focus on what truly matters and let the rest slip away like sand through your fingers. 6. Live according to your values. Imagine waking up every day with a clear sense of purpose, knowing that your actions align with who you truly are. You're not worrying about impressing others or chasing their approval because you're grounded in your own principles. That's the power of living according to your values. One of the greatest lessons Stoicism teaches is this: your values are your compass. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." In other words, don't let the noise of others' opinions distract you from living authentically. The more aligned you are with your core values, the less you'll care about what others think. Let's look at John, a corporate executive. He used to make decisions based on what would gain him praise from his peers and superiors. But deep down, he felt like a fraud because his actions didn't align with his personal beliefs about honesty and integrity. When he finally decided to prioritize his values over external validation, something amazing happened. He felt freer, more confident, and more respected, not because he chased approval, but because people could see he was genuinely himself. Action. Step. Take 10 minutes today to write down your top 3 values. Ask yourself, are my daily actions aligned with these values? If not, what changes can I make to bring my actions closer to my principles? Living according to your values isn't just empowering, it's liberating. When you know you're acting in alignment with your principles, others' opinions lose their grip on you. You're no longer swayed by the wind of approval or disapproval. Instead, you're standing firm, anchored in the foundation of who you truly are. And that, my friend, is the ultimate freedom. 7. Develop inner fortitude. Think about the strongest people you know, not physically, but emotionally and mentally. What sets them apart? It's not that they never face criticism or judgment, it's that they don't let it break them. They've developed a resilience, a kind of inner fortitude that shields them from being shaken by external opinions. Stoicism teaches us that true strength comes from within. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you cultivate discipline, focus, and mental toughness, you become unshakable. Opinions no longer control you because you've built an internal foundation that's stronger than the external noise. Let me share a story. Maria was a young athlete constantly worried about how others viewed her performance. One day her coach said, "Maria, stop playing to the crowd. Play for yourself. Focus on what you can control. Your effort, your attitude, your growth." She took that advice to heart and started training harder, focusing solely on improving herself. As her inner confidence grew, her fear of judgment melted away. Eventually, she became a leader on the team, not because she chased validation, but because she embodied strength and self-discipline. Action step. Start small. Pick one daily habit that will challenge you and build your resilience. It could be waking up earlier, sticking to a fitness routine, or journaling about your emotions. Commit to it consistently, even when it's hard. As you develop inner fortitude, you'll find that external opinions matter less and less. You'll stop seeking approval and start standing firm in your own beliefs. Strength isn't something you're born with. It's something you build, one step at a time. When you master this, you'll stop worrying about what others think and start living life on your terms. 8. Practice indifference, amor fati. Imagine being so at peace with life that no amount of criticism, judgment, or negativity can shake you. This isn't some unattainable fantasy. It's the Stoic principle of indifference, or what they call amor fati, love of fate. It's the art of accepting everything that happens, including criticism, as neutral or even beneficial. The Stoics believed that events and opinions are not inherently good or bad. It's our judgment of them that creates suffering. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." When you embrace indifference, you stop letting others' opinions control your happiness. Criticism becomes just another fact of life, like rain on a cloudy day. You don't curse the rain, you simply accept it and move forward. Take James, for example. He was a writer who dreaded negative reviews. Every time someone criticized his work, he'd spiral into self-doubt. But after studying Stoicism, he started reframing criticism. Instead of seeing it as an attack, he saw it as an opportunity to improve, or simply ignored it if it wasn't constructive. By embracing amor fati, he found freedom. He wrote boldly, unapologetically, and his work flourished. Action step. Think about a recent criticism or judgment you've received. Ask yourself, is this something I can learn from? If yes, take the lesson. If no, let it go. Repeat this mantra. I am indifferent to what I cannot control. When you practice indifference, you reclaim your power. Criticism and judgment no longer define your worth. Instead, they become background noise, a natural part of life that you accept and move beyond. This mindset doesn't just make you stronger, it makes you unstoppable. Embrace amor fati and watch how your world transforms. 9. Limit exposure to negative influences. You've heard the saying, you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. The truth is, your environment plays a massive role in shaping your thoughts, emotions, and even your self-worth. If you surround yourself with overly critical, judgmental, or toxic people, it's no wonder their opinions weigh heavily on you. The Stoics were very intentional about their associations. Seneca wrote, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you. Welcome those whom you yourself can improve." In other words, choose your circle wisely. If your life is filled with people who constantly tear you down or make you question your worth, it's time to reevaluate who deserves your energy. Consider Rachel, a talented designer who worked in a toxic office environment. Every idea she pitched was met with skepticism, and every success was downplayed. She began to internalize their negativity and doubted her abilities. When she finally left that environment and joined a supportive team, everything changed. She thrived, not because she needed approval, but because she wasn't constantly fighting against toxic energy. Action step. Audit your social circle and environment. Make a list of the people or situations that drain you emotionally or amplify your insecurities. Then, create a plan to limit your exposure to these influences. If you can't cut ties completely, set firm boundaries to protect your mental space. On the flip side, seek out people who inspire, challenge, and support you. Spend time with those who encourage growth and celebrate your authentic self. Remember, your time and energy are precious. Don't waste them on negativity. By consciously curating your environment, you'll feel lighter, more confident, and less burdened by others' opinions. That's how you take back control. 10. Reflect on mortality. Let's get real. Life is short. The Stoics were masters of embracing this truth, not as something to fear, but as a powerful motivator to focus on what truly matters. They practiced memento mori, which means, remember you will die. This isn't morbid, it's liberating. When you realize how fleeting life is, you stop wasting time on things that don't matter, like worrying about what others think. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." Think about that. If this were your last day on earth, would you really care about a random person's opinion of your hairstyle, your presentation, or your social media post? Of course not. You'd focus on what truly matters, your loved ones, your purpose, and living authentically. Take Tom, for example. He spent years chasing approval in his corporate job, sacrificing his dreams of starting a business. When a health scare forced him to confront his mortality, he realized how much time he'd wasted worrying about things that didn't matter. That wake-up call changed everything. He left his job, launched his business, and never looked back. Today, he says the best decision he ever made was to stop letting fear of judgment hold him back. Action step. Write down 3 things you would do differently if you only had a year left to live. Are you holding back because you're afraid of what others might think? Start taking small steps toward those changes today. When you reflect on mortality, you gain clarity. Life is too precious and too short to be lived according to someone else's expectations. Focus on what truly matters to you and let the rest go. In the end, what will you regret more? Doing what others wanted or living the life you were meant to live? Stopping the fear of what others think isn't just about reducing stress, it's about reclaiming your life. By applying these 10 Stoic strategies, you can build confidence, resilience, and inner peace to live authentically. Others' opinions are fleeting, but staying true to your values defines who you are. Which of these strategies resonated most with you? Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear them. If this video helped, hit like, subscribe for more personal growth content, and share it with someone who needs a little Stoic wisdom. Thank you for watching. Remember, you have the power to live life on your terms. Let's make it happen. See you next time.
Have you ever found yourself at a crossroads, torn between holding on to a relationship because it's familiar and letting go because you know it's stifling your growth? It's a hard realization, but sometimes the people closest to us, the ones we've shared laughter, tears, and countless memories with, aren't meant to be part of our journey forever. This is where the ancient wisdom of Stoicism offers a guiding light. The Stoics, with their timeless insights into human nature and the quest for a fulfilling life, teach us that true personal growth often involves making difficult decisions about who we keep in our lives. In this video, we'll uncover 15 signs that indicate it might be time to end a relationship, even if it involves family or friends. This isn't about cutting people out with cold indifference. It's about intentionally curating our lives to include relationships that uplift, inspire, and challenge us to be our best selves. If you're feeling the weight of this decision and the uncertainty it brings, you're not alone. Join me as we delve into Stoic wisdom to find the courage and clarity needed to make these crucial choices, ultimately leading to a life of greater peace and fulfillment. Number 1. Lack of trust. Trust is the bedrock of any healthy relationship. Without it, the foundation upon which your connection stands becomes unstable, leading to constant stress and insecurity. The Stoics, valuing honesty and integrity above all, would argue that a relationship devoid of trust is misaligned with these virtues. Imagine constantly doubting the words and actions of someone close to you. This perpetual uncertainty erodes your peace of mind, something the Stoics cherished deeply. Trust is not just about believing that someone won't betray you, but also about knowing that they respect and value you enough to be truthful. When trust is repeatedly broken, it signals a fundamental flaw that cannot be ignored. It's like trying to fill a sieve with water. No matter how much effort you put in, it never holds. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our responses and decisions. Therefore, if you find yourself in a relationship where trust is consistently undermined, it's wise to consider stepping back. Preserve your dignity and seek connections that foster mutual respect and honesty. Remember, a life aligned with Stoic principles is one where your peace and integrity are not sacrificed for uncertain loyalties. Number 2, toxic patterns. Repeated harmful behaviors create toxic patterns that can subtly poison a relationship over time. Stoicism, with its emphasis on self-improvement and resilience, teaches us to recognize and address such patterns with clarity and courage. Imagine being in a relationship where negative behaviors, be it manipulation, dishonesty, or disrespect, become the norm. These behaviors erode the trust and respect that are crucial for any meaningful connection. The Stoics believed in the importance of living a life of virtue and integrity. Persisting in a relationship mired in toxicity contradicts these ideals. It's like tending to a garden overrun by weeds. Without intervention, the weeds will eventually choke out all the good plants. Recognize the signs of toxic patterns and assess whether efforts to change have been effective. If these patterns persist despite your best efforts, it might be time to let go. Stoicism teaches us to make rational, objective decisions for our well-being. Ending a toxic relationship is not an act of defeat, but a step towards preserving your mental and emotional health. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and prioritize relationships that reflect the virtues of respect, honesty, and mutual growth. Number 3, emotional drain. Relationships should be a source of energy and support, not a constant drain on your emotions. According to Stoic principles, maintaining emotional equilibrium is crucial for living a fulfilling life. If you find yourself consistently exhausted or burdened by a relationship, it's a clear sign that the connection is unhealthy. Picture carrying a heavy load that never seems to lighten, no matter how much effort you put into it. This is what an emotionally draining relationship feels like. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what truly enriches our lives and to let go of what does not. If a relationship leaves you feeling depleted rather than invigorated, it's time to reevaluate its place in your life. Emotional drain disrupts your inner peace and hinders your ability to engage fully with the world. It's not selfish to seek out relationships that energize and uplift you. In fact, it's a wise and necessary step towards living a life aligned with Stoic virtues. Surround yourself with people who contribute positively to your well-being, and do not be afraid to distance yourself from those who do not. Remember, your emotional health is paramount, and preserving it is a reflection of your commitment to Stoic principles. Number 4, manipulation and control. Healthy relationships are founded on mutual respect and autonomy. When manipulation and control enter the equation, they erode these foundations, leading to an imbalanced and unhealthy dynamic. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-mastery and living in accordance with our values. Imagine being in a relationship where your thoughts, actions, and decisions are constantly influenced or dictated by someone else. This undermines your autonomy and distorts your sense of self. Epictetus famously said, "No one is free who is not master of himself." Being subject to manipulation or control strips you of this freedom, which is essential for a virtuous life. It's crucial to recognize these signs and take steps to reclaim your autonomy. This doesn't mean acting with cold indifference, but making intentional choices about who you allow into your inner circle. Relationships should empower you, not constrain you. If you find yourself feeling manipulated or controlled, it's a clear signal that the relationship is misaligned with Stoic ideals. Seek connections that respect your independence and encourage your growth. By doing so, you honor your worth and live more authentically according to Stoic principles. Number 5, illusions versus reality. Stoicism at its heart is about acceptance, embracing the reality of our lives and relationships as they truly are, not as we wish them to be. Holding on to illusions in a relationship can feel comforting, but it ultimately detracts from genuine connection and growth. Imagine viewing your relationship through rose-colored glasses, ignoring red flags and glossing over issues. This creates a distorted perception that prevents you from addressing real problems. The Stoics valued clarity and truth, teaching that strength and freedom come from seeing things as they are. Engaging with the truth allows for authentic relationships built on mutual understanding and respect. If you find yourself clinging to a fantasy rather than facing the reality of your relationship, it's time to reassess. This process requires courage and honesty, but leads to more meaningful connections. By embracing reality, you open the door to genuine growth and emotional freedom. The Stoic way encourages us to navigate our relationships with wisdom and discernment, seeking authenticity over illusion. Let go of fantasies that detract from your well-being and strive for relationships rooted in truth and clarity. This alignment with reality fosters deeper, more fulfilling connections and a life of integrity. Number 6, lack of reciprocity. Reciprocity is key to the health and longevity of any relationship. It ensures a balance of give and take, where both parties contribute equally. When this balance is off, the relationship becomes fundamentally unsustainable. Picture constantly pouring your energy into a relationship, receiving little to nothing in return. This dynamic leads to feelings of resentment and exhaustion for the giver, while fostering dependency or entitlement in the receiver. The Stoics emphasized mutual support and harmony in relationships. For them, contributing to others' well-being should not come at the expense of one's own. If you find yourself in a one-sided relationship, it's essential to address this imbalance. Begin with open communication, expressing your needs and setting clear boundaries. Encourage the other person to contribute more, both materially and emotionally. Healthy relationships require effort from both sides. Stoicism teaches us to respect ourselves and others, striving for balance and mutual respect. If efforts to restore reciprocity fail, it may be necessary to reconsider the relationship's place in your life. Prioritizing reciprocal relationships is not selfish. It's essential for your well-being. Seek connections where mutual support is the norm, fostering trust and deeper connections. Number 7, failed communication. Effective communication is the lifeblood of any thriving relationship. It allows us to express our needs, share our thoughts, and connect on a meaningful level. Without it, relationships flounder in misunderstandings and frustration. When communication breaks down, it's often a sign of deeper issues. The Stoics valued clarity and reason, encouraging us to approach problems with a clear head and a willing heart. If you find yourself in a relationship where attempts to talk things out lead nowhere, it's a red flag. Failed communication can stem from various causes: lack of trust, unresolved resentments, or differing communication styles. Addressing these issues requires patience and persistence. The Stoic practice of self-reflection is invaluable here. Examine your role in the communication breakdown and strive for honesty and empathy. Create a safe space where both parties feel heard and valued. Listen actively, seek to understand, and respond with wisdom. If communication efforts consistently fail despite your best efforts, it may be time to reassess the relationship. Effective communication is essential for any healthy connection. Prioritize relationships where open, honest dialogue is possible, fostering deeper understanding and connection. Number 8, personal growth. Relationships should support and encourage your personal growth, not hinder it. Stoicism places great value on self-improvement and resilience, teaching us to cultivate environments that foster these qualities. Imagine being in a relationship where you feel stagnant, unable to pursue your goals or evolve. This is a clear indication that the relationship is holding you back. Seneca believed that to live a fulfilling life, we must constantly evolve, learn, and push our boundaries. If your relationship prevents you from doing so, it's a red flag. It's not that every relationship must challenge you to the utmost, but it should at least support your aspirations. Relationships should be like a fertile soil where you can grow, not barren land that stifles your potential. Take time to reflect on why you are holding on to a relationship that doesn't allow you to flourish. Is it out of habit, fear, or misplaced loyalty? Stoicism teaches us to live with intention, choosing connections that uplift and inspire us. If a relationship is inhibiting your growth, it's wise to consider its place in your life. Seek relationships that encourage your development and align with your highest virtues. Number 9, abuse. Abuse, in any form, is a definitive sign that a relationship must end. Stoicism, with its deep respect for human dignity and self-worth, condemns any behavior that violates these principles. Abuse, whether physical, emotional, verbal, or psychological, destroys the trust and safety that relationships should be built upon. Imagine constantly living in fear, your self-esteem eroded by someone who should be a source of support. Stoicism teaches us to recognize our inherent worth and to maintain our dignity and self-respect. Being in an abusive relationship is antithetical to these values. It's crucial to seek help and take steps to exit such situations. This is not a sign of weakness, but of immense strength and self-respect. The Stoics believed in facing challenges with courage and resilience. Exiting an abusive relationship is one of the most challenging yet necessary steps to reclaiming your life and dignity. Seek support from friends, family, or professional services. Healing from abuse is a Stoic journey, reasserting control over your life, reaffirming your values, and rebuilding with integrity. Remember, your well-being is paramount. Prioritize your safety and dignity, and do not hesitate to leave any relationship that compromises these. Number 10, disturbed peace. Relationships that consistently disrupt your inner peace are not worth maintaining. Stoicism teaches us to cultivate tranquility and maintain our equanimity in the face of life's challenges. Imagine a relationship that feels more like a storm than a shelter, constantly disturbing your mental and emotional calm. This is a clear sign that the relationship is misaligned with Stoic principles. Peace of mind is a precious asset, essential for living a good life. The Stoics believed in living harmoniously with nature, including our own nature. If a relationship pulls you away from peace and causes constant unrest, it's wise to step back and reassess. Ask yourself why this relationship disturbs your peace. Is it the other person's behavior, unresolved conflicts, or your own reactions and expectations? Address these issues through honest communication and setting boundaries. However, if the turmoil persists despite your best efforts, it might be time to let go. Ending a relationship that disrupts your peace is not a sign of failure, but of wisdom. Seek relationships that support your tranquility and well-being. In doing so, you honor your journey towards a life of peace, purpose, and profound fulfillment. Number 11, incompatibility of goals. Over time, people can grow in different directions. If your long-term goals and values are fundamentally incompatible with those of the other person, it can lead to ongoing conflict and dissatisfaction. Stoicism encourages living in harmony with your true nature and goals. Imagine being in a relationship where your aspirations are constantly at odds with those of your partner. This misalignment creates friction and prevents both individuals from fully pursuing their paths. The Stoics valued clarity and self-awareness, teaching us to recognize when a relationship hinders our growth and fulfillment. If your goals and values diverge significantly from those of the other person, it's a sign to reassess the relationship. This doesn't mean that every minor difference spells doom, but fundamental incompatibilities can create insurmountable challenges. It's essential to have a heart-to-heart conversation about your respective goals and see if there is a way to align them. If not, it might be time to consider parting ways. Pursuing a life aligned with your true nature is a Stoic ideal, and relationships should support, not obstruct, this journey. Seek connections that align with your values and goals, fostering mutual growth and fulfillment. Number 12, compromising values. Compromising your core values for the sake of a relationship is a price too high to pay. Stoicism teaches us to live with integrity and to stay true to our principles, as these values define who we are. Imagine being in a relationship that constantly asks you to act against your beliefs and moral compass. Over time, this erodes your sense of self and leads to inner conflict. The Stoics believed that living in alignment with one's values is essential for a meaningful life. Betraying these values for the sake of a relationship compromises your integrity and self-respect. It's like building a house on unstable ground. Eventually, everything will collapse. Reflect on whether a relationship asks you to compromise your values. Are you acting in ways that contradict your beliefs? If so, it's a clear sign that the relationship is unhealthy. This doesn't mean you shouldn't make sacrifices or compromises, which are normal in any healthy relationship. However, sacrificing your core values is different. It's a betrayal of your true self. Honor your values and seek relationships that respect and align with them. This commitment to integrity and virtue is the path to a fulfilling life, according to Stoic wisdom. Number 13, lack of respect. Respect is the foundation of any healthy relationship. Without it, trust, love, and genuine understanding cannot flourish. Imagine being in a relationship where you are constantly disrespected, your dignity undermined. This is not just about feeling undervalued, but recognizing that a fundamental aspect of your humanity is being disregarded. The Stoics placed immense emphasis on self-respect and the respect we owe to others. They believed that every individual possesses inherent worth and dignity. A relationship lacking mutual respect is a clear red flag. It's like trying to build a house on sand. Eventually, everything will collapse. Reflect on whether you are being treated with the dignity you deserve. If not, it's time for a serious reassessment. This doesn't necessarily mean cutting someone out of your life with cold precision, but recognizing your own value and making decisions that reflect that. Set clearer boundaries, have honest conversations about your feelings, or if necessary, move on. Respecting yourself and insisting on being treated with respect is not selfish or demanding. It's a reflection of the self-worth that the Stoics believed each of us should cultivate. Prioritize relationships that honor your dignity and values. Number 14, negative emotions. Constant feelings of jealousy, anger, or negativity in a relationship are clear indicators that it is not conducive to your well-being. Stoicism teaches us to focus on maintaining emotional equilibrium and to recognize toxic dynamics. Imagine a relationship filled with constant negativity, dragging you into emotional turmoil. Marcus Aurelius advised that we control our reactions to emotions, not the emotions themselves. If jealousy or anger arises because of someone's actions, it's essential to reflect on these feelings and their root causes. A relationship that consistently evokes negative emotions is like a storm, constantly disrupting your inner peace. This is not the foundation of a healthy, supportive connection. It's crucial to address these issues through open, honest communication and self-reflection. If the negativity persists despite your best efforts, it's a sign that the relationship may be inherently toxic. Remember, Stoicism teaches us to prioritize our emotional well-being and to surround ourselves with people who uplift and inspire us. Seek relationships that contribute positively to your life, fostering peace and emotional stability. By doing so, you honor the Stoic principle of maintaining balance and serenity in your inner world. Number 15, constant drama. A relationship that feels more like a constant storm than a sanctuary is a clear signal that something is amiss. Stoicism places immense value on tranquility and inner peace, teaching us to cultivate a state of calm that remains undisturbed by external chaos. Imagine being in a relationship where drama and conflict are the norms rather than the exceptions. This ongoing turmoil can be emotionally exhausting and mentally draining, disrupting your peace and well-being. Marcus Aurelius and other Stoics emphasized the importance of maintaining our inner equanimity, suggesting that we should distance ourselves from sources of unnecessary disturbance. Constant drama in a relationship undermines your ability to live a life of virtue and tranquility. It's not just about the occasional argument, but about a pervasive pattern that leaves you feeling unsettled and stressed. The Stoics would advise taking a step back and evaluating the impact of this relationship on your mental and emotional health. It's essential to communicate your need for peace and set boundaries to protect your tranquility. If the drama continues despite your efforts, it may be time to consider moving on. Prioritize relationships that offer stability and support rather than chaos and conflict. By doing so, you align yourself with Stoic principles, fostering an environment where you can thrive and maintain your inner calm. Remember, your peace of mind is invaluable, and protecting it is a reflection of your commitment to living a life guided by wisdom and serenity. Reflecting on our relationships through the lens of Stoic wisdom empowers us to make decisions that align with our highest virtues and well-being. Ending a relationship, especially one with close friends or family, is never easy, but sometimes it is necessary for our personal growth and peace. Remember, it's not about cutting ties with cold indifference, but about creating a life filled with meaningful connections that uplift and inspire us. As we part ways today, I hope the insights shared have sparked a deeper understanding of how to navigate your relationships with wisdom and courage. If this video has resonated with you, I invite you to join our journey of exploration and growth. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with anyone who might benefit from these Stoic principles. Let's continue to cultivate lives of profound meaning and joy together. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Stay wise and keep striving for that inner tranquility.
Have you ever felt that the harder you chase your dreams, the further they seem to slip away? I've been there too. After years of trying to control every outcome, I began to wonder if there was an easier, more fulfilling way to achieve my goals. This led me to the art of effortless manifestation, inspired by ancient Stoic wisdom and modern principles of alignment and energy. The Stoics believed that letting go of attachment and trusting life's natural flow opens us to unexpected blessings. I realized that manifestation isn't about forcing our desires, but aligning with them and creating space for them to unfold naturally. In this guide, I'll share the transformative practices of setting intentions, choosing joy, and taking inspired action, all ways to attract what we want without struggle. If you're ready to stop chasing and start attracting, let's dive into the art of effortless manifestation and discover how what's meant for us will find us naturally. 1. Understand your desires deeply. When I think about my desires, I often ask myself where they come from. Are they truly mine, or are they influenced by what I've seen, read, or been told by others? In the past, I've wanted things that in hindsight weren't aligned with who I am. I wanted a particular job or lifestyle because it looked appealing from the outside, or I thought it would give me status or approval. But the pursuit of those desires often left me feeling empty because they didn't resonate with my true values or bring me lasting happiness. I've learned that understanding my desires deeply means taking the time to reflect on what truly matters to me, not just in a fleeting way, but on a deeper, more meaningful level. Instead of jumping on every opportunity that looks enticing, I now try to sit with my desires. I ask myself questions like, why do I want this? And what will this bring to my life? If I'm honest, sometimes I realize that certain desires come from a place of insecurity or comparison. For example, I may want something because I've seen someone else achieve it, and I feel a subtle urge to prove myself. But the most fulfilling desires, I've found, are those that arise from within, the ones that resonate with my core values, goals, and who I want to become. For instance, I desire meaningful relationships, personal growth, and a life filled with purpose. These desires aren't based on society's standards. They come from a place of inner alignment. They don't fade or feel hollow once achieved, because they're rooted in what truly brings me joy and fulfillment. This process of understanding my desires has also helped me to let go of things that aren't aligned with me. When I dig deep, I recognize that some desires are mere distractions, things that seem exciting but aren't aligned with my life's purpose. For instance, I used to think I wanted to live a fast-paced, high-profile lifestyle. But now I see that what I really want is peace, connection, and the freedom to create. A big part of this journey is practicing discernment and staying true to myself, even when others may not understand. Sometimes it's challenging to say no to desires that don't serve me, especially when they're encouraged by people around me. But I remind myself that authenticity is key. By choosing desires that align with my values, I create a life that feels authentic and deeply fulfilling. Ultimately, understanding my desires is about self-awareness and listening to my inner voice. It's about knowing myself well enough to recognize what will bring me joy and growth, rather than chasing after every shiny object that catches my eye. This approach has brought a sense of calm and clarity to my life. I feel more grounded and confident in the path I'm on because I'm pursuing what genuinely matters to me. In a world full of distractions and external pressures, I've found that grounding myself in my true desires is a powerful way to create a life of purpose and satisfaction. 2. Cultivate inner peace and trust the divine flow. There was a time in my life when I thought I had to control everything to make my dreams come true. I held tightly to every outcome, planned every step meticulously, and worried constantly about things going according to my expectations. But over time, I realized that this approach drained me emotionally and physically. It created so much unnecessary stress, and ironically, it didn't even help me achieve what I wanted. Instead, it made me feel trapped in a cycle of anxiety and burnout. Learning to cultivate inner peace and trust the flow of life has been a transformative experience for me. At first, it was difficult to let go of my need for control. I was afraid that if I relaxed, things would fall apart. But as I started practicing acceptance, I noticed a shift. Instead of forcing things to happen, I began to allow life to unfold naturally. I'd put in my best effort, but then I'd step back and let go of any attachment to the outcome. It was like lifting a huge weight off my shoulders. Trusting the divine flow doesn't mean I've stopped setting goals or working hard. It means I've stopped obsessing over every detail and outcome. I realized that my job is to take inspired action while the universe handles the rest. There's a certain magic in surrendering. It opens me up to possibilities I might not have considered and creates space for unexpected opportunities to come my way. It's like being in sync with a current rather than trying to swim against it. One practice that's helped me stay aligned with this mindset is mindfulness. When I feel myself getting anxious or overly focused on an outcome, I pause, breathe, and bring my attention back to the present moment. I remind myself that I can't control everything and that things often happen in their own time. Sometimes, letting go feels like a leap of faith, but I've found that life often has a way of surprising me in the best ways when I trust it. This approach has also taught me to be more resilient. When things don't go my way, instead of getting frustrated, I try to view it as a redirection. I believe that everything happens for a reason, and that even challenges or delays are guiding me towards something better. By trusting the process, I'm able to maintain my peace of mind, no matter the outcome. Today, I focus more on aligning my actions with my values and less on controlling every result. I've come to understand that peace comes from within, and it's something I can cultivate regardless of what's happening around me. This doesn't mean I don't still face challenges or uncertainties, but I'm able to navigate them with a sense of calm and trust that I never had before. When I release my grip on how things should happen, I'm free to experience life's flow in a more harmonious, joyful way. Trusting the divine flow has given me the peace I was searching for all along. 3. Practice gratitude for the present. Gratitude has become one of the most grounding and uplifting practices in my life. There was a time when I focused too much on what I didn't have, constantly comparing myself to others or feeling dissatisfied with my progress. I used to think that I'd only be happy once I reached a certain goal, had a specific job, or lived a certain lifestyle. But the more I chased after these things, the more they seemed out of reach, and the more frustrated I felt. Then I started practicing gratitude. It sounds simple, but it's one of the most powerful shifts I've made. I began by taking a few minutes every day to list 3 things I was grateful for, no matter how small. At first, it felt like just another task, but over time, it transformed my outlook on life. I started to notice the little things that made my days brighter: a friendly conversation, a warm cup of coffee, a beautiful sunset. These small moments were always there, but I had been too focused on what I lacked to see them. Practicing gratitude taught me to focus on the abundance in my life rather than what I thought was missing. It shifted my perspective from a mindset of scarcity to one of appreciation. Suddenly I felt more content, not because my life circumstances had drastically changed, but because I had changed the way I looked at them. The more grateful I felt, the more positive experiences I attracted. It's as if gratitude opened a door to more abundance and joy. Gratitude also helped me become more resilient. When I face challenges, I remind myself of the things I'm grateful for, and it gives me strength. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by what's going wrong, I ground myself in what's going right. This practice has brought a sense of peace and fulfillment into my life that I never found through achievements alone. I've realized that gratitude is a powerful tool for manifesting my desires. By appreciating what I already have, I create a positive, high-vibrational energy that attracts more of the things I want. It's like telling the universe, I'm ready for more of this goodness. And often, that's exactly what happens. Gratitude isn't about denying my ambitions or giving up on my goals. It's about enjoying the journey, celebrating my progress, and recognizing that I already have so much to be thankful for. When I focus on the present moment with gratitude, I feel truly abundant, and that abundance becomes a magnet for even more blessings in my life. Gratitude has shown me that happiness isn't in some far-off destination. It's here, right now, in the life I'm living. 4. Embrace challenges as opportunities. For a long time I dreaded challenges. When something went wrong, I'd feel frustrated, defeated, and sometimes even angry. I saw obstacles as roadblocks, things that were holding me back from what I wanted. But over time, I realized that challenges aren't there to stop me. They're there to teach me, to push me forward, and to make me stronger. The Stoic mindset of seeing obstacles as opportunities has helped me transform my approach to difficulties. Instead of seeing setbacks as failures, I try to view them as stepping stones. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This idea changed everything for me. It made me realize that every obstacle, every challenge, is actually an opportunity in disguise. When I face a challenge now, I ask myself, what can I learn from this? Instead of feeling like a victim of my circumstances, I try to take an empowered approach. Maybe the setback is teaching me patience, resilience, or problem-solving skills. Maybe it's helping me grow in ways I wouldn't have otherwise. This perspective shift has turned many of my toughest moments into valuable life lessons. Embracing challenges has also helped me to trust the process. Sometimes things don't go as planned, and that can be incredibly frustrating. But I've learned that these detours are often guiding me towards something better. Looking back, some of the biggest challenges I faced led me to the most meaningful experiences or opportunities. They helped me become a stronger, wiser version of myself. Now, when I encounter obstacles, I try to welcome them with curiosity instead of resistance. I remind myself that challenges are a natural part of life and that they often contain the seeds of growth. This doesn't mean I don't still feel frustrated or discouraged at times, but I'm quicker to bounce back because I know that each challenge has something valuable to offer. Embracing challenges as opportunities has given me a deeper sense of resilience and gratitude for the journey. 5. Set clear intentions and focus on feeling fulfilled. Now, setting clear intentions has been a game changer in my life. In the past, I had vague ideas of what I wanted: happiness, success, fulfillment, but I didn't take the time to define what those things truly meant to me. Without clarity, I often felt directionless, unsure of what I was working toward or how to get there. I'd set goals, but they felt distant and abstract, which made it hard to stay motivated. Then, I began to work on setting specific intentions. Instead of aiming for broad goals like success or happiness, I started defining what those meant on a personal level. I asked myself questions like, what does a successful day look like? Or, what does happiness feel like for me? These questions helped me to set clear intentions that are deeply aligned with my values and aspirations. Once I have a clear intention, I focus on embodying the feeling of fulfillment now, rather than waiting until I reach a particular milestone. For instance, if I want to feel accomplished, I don't have to wait for some big achievement. I find ways to feel that sense of accomplishment each day, whether it's by completing a small task or helping someone in need. By aligning with the feeling of fulfillment in the present, I find that I'm more content and grounded, regardless of external circumstances. This approach has also made my goals feel more attainable. Instead of chasing happiness in the future, I look for ways to experience it in small, everyday moments. It might be as simple as taking a walk in nature, spending time with loved ones, or reflecting on my achievements, however minor they may seem. By focusing on the feeling of fulfillment now, I don't just wait for my dreams to come true. I live as if they already have. This has created a sense of joy and gratitude in my life that I never found when I was constantly pushing for more. Living in alignment with my intentions has also attracted new opportunities into my life. I've noticed that when I'm clear about what I want and focus on feeling fulfilled, things start to flow more naturally. I don't have to force or chase after things. They come to me because I'm already aligned with them. By setting clear intentions and cultivating fulfillment in the present, I've found a way to create a life that's rich, joyful, and deeply aligned with my true self. 6. Build a vision board to strengthen intentions. Creating a vision board has been one of the most powerful and enjoyable tools in my journey toward manifesting my desires. When I first heard about vision boards, I was skeptical. Could a simple collage of images and quotes really have an impact on my life? But I decided to give it a try, and what I discovered was that a vision board is far more than just a collection of pretty pictures. It's a powerful visual reminder of my goals and dreams, something that keeps me focused and inspired every day. To make my vision board, I start by gathering images, words, and quotes that resonate with my aspirations. I choose visuals that represent my goals, whether it's for personal growth, relationships, career, or health. Each image I select has a deep meaning, something that instantly connects me to the feeling or state I want to manifest. I like to include quotes from people who inspire me, words of encouragement, and images that evoke a sense of joy and purpose. What I love most about my vision board is that it becomes a daily reminder of where I'm headed. Each time I see it, I'm reminded of what I'm working toward, and it strengthens my commitment to my goals. The board isn't just about the end results, it's a celebration of the journey. It encourages me to take consistent, inspired action every day because I can see my dreams vividly laid out in front of me. I find that this regular visualization helps me stay aligned with my intentions and keeps me motivated, even on tough days. The vision board also serves as a tool for reflection. Every few months, I revisit my board to see what I've manifested, what no longer resonates, and what new goals I want to add. It's a living, evolving representation of my journey. Some images might get replaced as my priorities shift, and new goals are added as I grow and evolve. Seeing my progress reflected on the board is incredibly fulfilling, as it reminds me of how far I've come and how capable I am of achieving my dreams. The act of creating a vision board is empowering. It's like setting a clear signal to the universe about what I want to attract, and it's a fun and creative way to connect with my dreams on a deeper level. Over time, I've noticed that many things from my board start to materialize in my life, often in ways I couldn't have planned. The vision board has become a tool, not just for visualizing my future, but for bringing it into reality through the power of intention and belief. 7. Harness imagination for creative manifestation. Harnessing my imagination has been one of the most effective ways to bring my goals to life. When I was younger, I often let my imagination run wild with possibilities, dreaming about what I could achieve. But as I got older, I became more practical and reserved, pushing my imagination to the side in favor of what seemed realistic. However, I've since come to understand that imagination isn't just for daydreams. It's a powerful tool for manifestation that allows me to create my reality from within. When I harness my imagination, I visualize myself living the life I desire. I don't just see it, I feel it. I imagine the details, the colors, the sounds, the emotions. If I'm visualizing a career goal, for example, I picture myself confidently giving a presentation or celebrating a project's success. I imagine the excitement, pride, and satisfaction that come with it. This mental rehearsal helps me feel more prepared and aligned with my goals, as if they're already within reach. One of the most surprising things I've learned is that imagination has the power to influence not just my thoughts, but also my actions. When I consistently visualize a positive outcome, I start to take steps that align with that vision, even if I'm not fully conscious of it. This mental practice boosts my confidence and makes my goals feel more attainable because I've experienced them in my mind. Imagination also helps me tap into creative solutions. When I face a challenge, I use my imagination to explore different perspectives and approaches. Instead of getting stuck on a problem, I imagine various outcomes and ask myself how I would feel if each one happened. This flexibility opens up new possibilities and often leads to insights I might not have found through logic alone. Using imagination for creative manifestation has become a regular practice. I set aside time each day to visualize my goals and let my imagination roam freely. It's like building a mental blueprint for the life I want, and it makes the journey feel exciting and filled with potential. The more I use my imagination, the more I believe in my ability to create the life I desire. I've come to understand that imagination is not just a tool for creativity. It's a bridge that connects me to my dreams, helping me manifest them with clarity and joy. 8. Practice detachment to create space for serendipity. One of the biggest shifts I've made in my life is learning to practice detachment. For a long time, I believed that the harder I held on to something, the more likely I was to achieve it. But this approach often left me feeling stressed, anxious, and frustrated when things didn't go as planned. Over time, I learned that clinging too tightly to my goals created resistance and blocked the flow of life. By practicing detachment, I've opened myself to serendipity, allowing life to surprise me in ways I never expected. Detachment doesn't mean I stop caring about my goals. It means that I stop obsessing over the how and when they will happen. I still take action, but I let go of the need to control every detail. This practice has given me a sense of freedom and peace that I didn't have before. When I detach, I'm able to enjoy the journey without constantly worrying about the outcome. What I've noticed is that detachment creates space for the unexpected. When I'm not fixated on a specific path or timeline, I'm more open to opportunities and possibilities I might have overlooked. Some of the best things in my life have come when I let go of rigid expectations. It's as if the universe steps in and presents me with blessings that I couldn't have planned for. By detaching, I invite serendipity into my life, allowing things to unfold in ways that often exceed my expectations. Practicing detachment has also taught me resilience. When things don't go as planned, I no longer feel defeated. I remind myself that every experience is part of a larger journey, and that sometimes delays or detours are simply redirections towards something better. This mindset shift has helped me face challenges with a sense of calm and curiosity, knowing that life often has a greater plan than I can see. Detachment has brought more joy into my life as well. By letting go of the need to control, I'm able to fully engage with the present moment. I can savor my experiences without constantly worrying about the future. This approach has made my journey toward my goals feel lighter, more fulfilling, and filled with delightful surprises. Practicing detachment has been a powerful way to embrace life's flow and create space for the magic of serendipity to enter. 9. Take inspired action. Taking inspired action has been one of the most impactful lessons I've learned on my journey to manifesting my desires. For so long, I believed that the only way to achieve my goals was to push myself relentlessly, working hard every day with sheer determination. While hard work is essential, I came to realize that forcing myself to take action when it didn't feel right often led to burnout and frustration. Inspired action, however, is different. It's about moving forward when I feel motivated, guided, and aligned with my goals, rather than acting out of obligation or pressure. I've learned to listen to my inner voice and trust the moments when I feel a sense of excitement, creativity, or deep purpose around a particular action. These moments are the key to inspired action. They come from a place of alignment and ease rather than resistance. The biggest change for me was learning to discern between action that feels forced and action that feels inspired. Forced action is usually rooted in fear or impatience. It comes from a place of "I have to" or "I should," which often leads to anxiety or frustration. Inspired action, on the other hand, feels natural, effortless, and aligned with my values. It's not something I feel I must do. It's something I want to do because it feels like the right next step in my journey. Inspired action has been incredibly freeing. When I follow my intuition and take action when it feels right, I often find that things fall into place with less struggle. Opportunities seem to come my way effortlessly, and solutions appear when I need them. This doesn't mean I don't face challenges. I still do. But inspired action helps me approach those challenges with confidence and a sense of purpose, knowing I'm moving in the right direction. What I've come to appreciate about inspired action is that it doesn't require me to have all the answers up front. I don't need to see the entire path laid out before me. I just need to trust that the next step will be revealed when the time is right. This trust in the process has brought a sense of peace and flow into my life that I never had before. Ultimately, inspired action is about allowing myself to be guided by a deeper wisdom and moving with intention rather than force. By aligning my actions with my intuition, I've experienced greater success, ease, and fulfillment in my journey. I now see action not as something I have to do, but as a natural extension of my desires and goals, and it's made all the difference in creating a life I truly love. 10. Connect with your purpose for lasting motivation. Finding and connecting with my purpose has been one of the most transformative steps in my life. For years I chased after success, trying to climb the ladder or achieve the next big thing. But the more I chased after external goals, the less fulfilled I felt. I realized that my true source of motivation was not found in accolades or recognition, but in the deeper sense of meaning that comes from living in alignment with my purpose. Understanding my purpose has given me a sense of direction that goes beyond momentary goals. Instead of seeking happiness through achievements, I've learned to seek it through personal alignment and fulfillment. It's not about reaching the destination. It's about living in a way that reflects my core values and beliefs every day. When I'm connected to my purpose, motivation comes naturally. I don't need to push myself to stay focused or disciplined because my purpose serves as an internal compass, guiding me with clarity and passion. Whether it's in my work, relationships, or personal growth, when I align my actions with my purpose, I feel energized, driven, and inspired. One of the most important lessons I've learned is that my purpose isn't a static destination. It evolves as I grow and learn more about myself. In the past, I thought my purpose had to be something grand or fixed. But now I understand that it's about following what excites and challenges me in the present. As I connect more deeply with my true self, my purpose continues to unfold in ways I never imagined. This connection to purpose has also helped me navigate obstacles with resilience. When I face challenges or setbacks, I remind myself of the bigger picture, the purpose behind my actions. This helps me stay focused, knowing that every step, even the difficult ones, brings me closer to fulfilling my purpose. Aligning with my purpose has given me a sense of fulfillment that I never found in external achievements. It has helped me move away from a sense of needing to prove myself and instead embrace a life of meaning, contribution, and growth. Purpose is no longer something I'm chasing, it's something I'm living every day. By living in alignment with my purpose, I've found a lasting source of motivation and satisfaction that fuels everything I do. 11. Choose joy as a tool for manifestation. Choosing joy has been an incredibly powerful tool for me in manifesting my desires. I used to think that joy was something that happened once I achieved my goals, once I got the job, the relationship, or the success I was striving for. But over time, I've learned that joy is a choice I can make every single day, regardless of what's happening in my external circumstances. By consciously choosing joy, I've been able to shift my energy and attract more of what I want into my life. It's like a magnet. When I choose joy, I increase my vibrational frequency, and that positive energy draws more abundance, happiness, and opportunities toward me. I've realized that joy isn't just a byproduct of success, it's the catalyst that creates the conditions for success to flow into my life. Choosing joy has also helped me navigate difficult situations with more grace and resilience. Life isn't always easy, and there are times when things don't go as planned. In the past, I would get bogged down by challenges, focusing on what went wrong. But now, I choose to focus on what I can appreciate, even in difficult times. By doing this, I change my perspective and my energy, which allows me to see opportunities where I once saw obstacles. This doesn't mean I ignore my feelings or pretend that everything is perfect. It means I give myself permission to find moments of joy, no matter how small, and let that joy expand throughout my day. Whether it's a quiet moment of reflection, a shared laugh with a friend, or the beauty of nature, I actively seek out the things that make me feel good. Over time, I've seen how choosing joy changes the trajectory of my life. It has helped me become more creative, more open to new ideas, and more willing to take risks. I'm no longer waiting for someday to be happy. I'm creating happiness right now. And as I continue to choose joy, I've noticed that my goals and desires are manifesting with greater ease. I believe that joy is a magnetic force that attracts everything I need to create a fulfilling life. Thank you for joining me on this journey into the art of effortless manifestation. Remember, life doesn't have to be a struggle or constant chase. By aligning with our true desires, letting go of attachment, and trusting in life's natural flow, we create space for our dreams to unfold in the most unexpected and fulfilling ways. If this approach resonates with you, let's keep the conversation going. I'd love to hear your thoughts, experiences, or any insights you've had on the power of letting go. Drop a comment below, and let's support each other in living a life of purpose and peace. And if you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up, share it with someone who could use a bit of inspiration, and don't forget to subscribe for more insights on living with intention, joy, and wisdom. Thank you for being a part of this community. Here's to trusting the journey and letting life surprise us. Here are 10 terrible signs you're being manipulated. Signs so subtle they might be controlling your life without you even noticing. Think about this. Has someone ever made you feel guilty for saying no, left you questioning your reality, or used affection as a tool to get their way? These aren't just annoying behaviors, they're calculated strategies to keep you under their control. But here's the twist: you don't have to stay trapped. The ancient Stoics faced manipulation in their own time, and their wisdom can help you recognize and resist it today. In this video, we'll break down these 10 toxic behaviors and show you how Stoic principles can arm you against them. Whether it's emotional coercion, gaslighting, or weaponized flattery, you'll learn how to reclaim your power and build a fortress of inner peace. Stick with me. You'll walk away stronger, smarter, and completely unshakable. 1. Emotional coercion. The silent manipulation. Have you ever felt an uncomfortable weight on your shoulders, like someone was making you responsible for their feelings or decisions? Emotional coercion works this way. It's subtle, yet it has a profound impact on your sense of freedom. A friend might say, "If you don't come to my party, I'll be so hurt." Or a partner might suggest, "You don't love me if you won't do this for me." These statements plant seeds of guilt, fear, or obligation, manipulating you into compliance. Stoicism offers a powerful antidote. It teaches that our emotions and reactions are entirely within our control. Epictetus reminds us, it's not events themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about them. In this case, the manipulator's words are not the problem. Our reaction to them is. Emotional coercion succeeds when we let others' feelings dictate our actions. But as Stoics, we aim to act according to reason and virtue, not emotional pressure. To relate this to my own life, I once had a colleague who was particularly skilled at emotional coercion. They often framed their requests with phrases like, "You're the only person I can rely on," or, "If you don't help me, I'll be in serious trouble." These statements made me feel obligated to prioritize their needs over my own. It wasn't until I started studying Stoic philosophy that I realized how much power I was handing over. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By applying this principle, I began pausing before reacting. When faced with guilt-laden pleas, I asked myself, am I responsible for their feelings? Is this aligned with my values? I learned to set firm but compassionate boundaries, responding with statements like, "I understand this is difficult for you, but I can't commit to that right now." The beauty of Stoicism lies in its practicality. It doesn't ask us to shut down our emotions, but to manage them wisely. Emotional coercion thrives on our inability to separate others' feelings from our own responsibilities. By staying grounded, assessing situations rationally, and acting in alignment with our principles, we can break free from this subtle yet destructive form of manipulation. In doing so, we regain control over our actions and emotions, preserving our inner peace. 2. Gaslighting, doubting your reality. Have you ever walked away from a conversation doubting what you know to be true? Gaslighting, a tactic often used by manipulators, is designed to distort your perception of reality. It's when someone denies facts, twists events, or accuses you of being overly sensitive to make you question your memory, judgment, or sanity. Statements like, "That never happened," or "Me gestorci," "You're imagining things," are hallmarks of this manipulation technique. The Stoics teach us to anchor ourselves in reason and objective reality, protecting our inner clarity from external distortions. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "If someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake, I will gladly change, for I seek the truth. Stoicism encourages us to focus on facts, not emotions, when evaluating situations. Gaslighting works when we lose confidence in our reasoning, but the Stoic approach empowers us to remain steadfast in our understanding of the truth. In my own experience, I once had a friend who would routinely dismiss valid concerns I raised by saying, "You're blowing things out of proportion." Over time, I started to question whether my feelings were valid. However, I began applying Stoic principles by keeping a journal to document events and conversations. This gave me an objective record to reference, helping me differentiate between my own perceptions and the manipulator's version of events. When faced with gaslighting, pause and reflect. Ask yourself, what evidence do I have for my perspective? Am I being led by reason or by someone else's narrative? If the situation allows, calmly challenge the manipulator with facts. Actually, I remember this differently. Here's what I recall happening. However, the key is not to engage in emotional arguments. They thrive on confusion. Stoicism teaches us that while we cannot control others' actions, we can control our response. Grounding ourselves in truth and logic weakens the manipulator's grip. By trusting our rational mind, we safeguard our confidence and avoid falling prey to gaslighting. 3. Excessive flattery. Sweet words with bitter intentions. Have you ever been overwhelmed by compliments, only to realize later that they came with strings attached? Excessive flattery is a manipulator's tool to gain your trust and lower your defenses. They might say things like, "You're so amazing. No one else could do this as well as you." While it feels good in the moment, it's often a calculated attempt to exploit your desire for approval. Stoicism warns us against attaching our self-worth to others' opinions. Seneca advised, "A wise man is neither elevated by praise nor depressed by blame." Excessive flattery becomes manipulation when we rely on it to feel validated. A Stoic knows that true worth comes from living virtuously, not from the approval of others. I recall working with someone who constantly praised my work, telling me, "You're the best team player we have." I felt proud, but soon noticed a pattern. Every compliment was followed by a request, often for tasks that weren't my responsibility. Stoicism helped me step back and evaluate their motives. Were they genuinely appreciative, or was their praise a prelude to manipulation? To handle such situations, focus on staying humble and grounded. Acknowledge the compliment, but don't let it cloud your judgment. Instead of feeling obligated, calmly assess the request's merit. Say, "Thank you for the kind words, but let me consider if I can help with that." Flattery only works as manipulation when we let it. By cultivating inner confidence and focusing on virtue, we can appreciate genuine praise without being swayed by excessive or insincere compliments. A Stoic mind remains balanced, neither inflated by flattery nor diminished by criticism. 4. Isolation. Cutting you off from support. Manipulators often isolate you from your support system to gain more control over your decisions. They might subtly discourage you from spending time with friends or family, claiming that those relationships are not in your best interest. Over time, you find yourself distanced from the people who provide strength, perspective, and emotional stability. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of meaningful relationships and community. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We are made for cooperation, like feet, hands, eyelids, or the rows of the upper and lower teeth." This reminds us that human connections are essential, not obstacles to be removed. Recognizing attempts at isolation allows us to remain connected to the relationships that nourish and support us. In my life, I once dealt with someone who constantly questioned my closest friendships. They would say things like, "Are they really there for you?" or "I think they're jealous of our bond." Their subtle remarks made me doubt my friends and rely more on the manipulator for support. But when I applied Stoic principles, I started to see through their tactics. By evaluating relationships objectively, I realized the manipulator's claims didn't align with reality. To counter isolation, actively nurture your relationships and seek diverse perspectives. Stoicism teaches us to act in accordance with reason, and part of that involves valuing the people who truly care for us. Don't let anyone dictate whom you can or cannot trust without evidence. Stay grounded and maintain the connections that bring balance and joy to your life. 5. Playing the victim. Weaponizing helplessness. Manipulators often present themselves as victims to elicit sympathy and shift the burden of responsibility onto you. They might recount endless tales of mistreatment or unfairness, subtly implying that it's your duty to make things right for them. While compassion is a virtue, Stoicism warns us against allowing pity to cloud our judgment. Epictetus advised, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." Manipulators exploit your kindness, but it's essential to remember that their circumstances are outside your control. You cannot solve every problem they present, nor should you feel obligated to. I encountered someone who frequently lamented their misfortunes, from financial woes to strained relationships. Initially, I felt compelled to help, offering my time, energy, and resources. However, their problems persisted, and I began to notice a pattern. They weren't seeking solutions, just attention and compliance. Stoicism helped me step back and ask myself, am I truly helping, or am I enabling their behavior? The key to dealing with this manipulation is to approach it rationally. Offer support when appropriate, but set clear boundaries. Ask yourself whether your involvement aligns with your values, or if it simply feeds their dependency. By focusing on what you can control, your actions and intentions, you prevent their victimhood from dictating your choices. 6. Exploiting vulnerabilities, using your weaknesses against you. A manipulator will often identify and exploit your vulnerabilities, turning your fears, insecurities, or desires into leverage. They may subtly remind you of past failures or insecurities, using them to steer your decisions in their favor. Stoic wisdom teaches us to embrace self-awareness and strengthen our inner resilience. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Recognizing and accepting your vulnerabilities is the first step to preventing their misuse. By owning your flaws, you take away the manipulator's power to use them against you. I once confided in someone about my fear of failure in a project. Later, when disagreements arose, they would say things like, "If you don't do this my way, you might regret it later." Their words tapped into my fear, making me doubt my instincts. But through Stoic practice, I learned to confront my insecurities directly. By reminding myself that failure is a natural part of life and a chance to grow, I stopped allowing them to control me through fear. Strengthening your inner fortitude weakens the manipulator's influence. Accept your vulnerabilities, but don't let them define you. A Stoic faces weaknesses with courage and works to transform them into sources of strength. 7. Withholding information, controlling through secrecy. Manipulators often withhold crucial information to maintain control over you. They might selectively share details, leaving you feeling uncertain or dependent on them for clarity. By keeping you in the dark, they can shape narratives and steer your decisions in their favor. Stoicism emphasizes the pursuit of truth and clarity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Let your understanding be clear and distinct, and your judgments unaffected by mere appearances." To counter this manipulation, a Stoic seeks facts and avoids making assumptions based on incomplete information. I've experienced situations where someone withheld key details in a professional setting, framing the situation in a way that suited their agenda. It wasn't until I asked specific questions and sought other perspectives that I realized I wasn't getting the full picture. The Stoic principle of rational inquiry helped me take a step back and recognize that clarity comes from actively seeking knowledge rather than passively accepting what's given. When you suspect someone is withholding information, remain calm and ask direct, respectful questions. Don't allow fear or frustration to cloud your judgment. Instead, approach the situation methodically, seeking the facts before drawing conclusions. Stoicism teaches us to remain grounded, ensuring that secrecy and uncertainty cannot easily manipulate us. 8. Love bombing and deprivation, emotional whiplash. Love bombing and deprivation are manipulation techniques that work in tandem. First, the manipulator showers you with affection and attention, creating a sense of dependency. Then they withdraw abruptly, leaving you craving the connection they once provided. This cycle keeps you off balance, questioning what you did wrong and striving to regain their approval. Stoic wisdom reminds us to find stability within ourselves, rather than seeking it from external sources. Epictetus taught, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." Manipulators use emotional highs and lows to keep you tethered, but a Stoic learns to detach from such extremes and seek balance within. I've faced this manipulation in a personal relationship where intense affection was followed by sudden coldness. Each time, I found myself trying harder to fix the dynamic. Once I embraced Stoicism, I realized their behavior was outside my control. By focusing on my own sense of worth and emotional balance, I broke free from the cycle. To resist this tactic, cultivate emotional independence. Appreciate love and kindness when it's genuine, but don't allow your happiness to hinge on someone else's behavior. A Stoic finds peace in their own actions and principles, not in the fluctuating attention of others. 9. Excessive control, dictating your choices. Manipulators often attempt to control your decisions, dictating how you should think, act, or even feel. They may frame their interference as care or concern, saying things like, "I just want what's best for you," while subtly steering you toward their desired outcomes. Stoicism champions personal agency and the ability to live in alignment with your values. Epictetus wrote, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Manipulators thrive when we surrender control, but the Stoic path is about reclaiming autonomy and making choices based on reason, not external pressure. I once had a mentor who frequently overstepped, insisting their advice was the only path to success. At first, I followed their guidance, but it began to feel stifling. Applying Stoic wisdom, I reflected on my own goals and principles. Were their suggestions truly aligned with what I valued, or was I letting them dictate my life? By setting boundaries and making decisions rooted in my convictions, I regained control. To counter excessive control, calmly assert your independence. thank the person for their input, but remind them and yourself that the ultimate decision is yours. A Stoic lives authentically, guided by inner principles rather than external dictates. 10. Blaming and shaming. Deflecting responsibility. Manipulators often use blame and shame as tools to deflect responsibility onto you. They may accuse you of being selfish, ungrateful, or incompetent, making you feel as though you're at fault for their shortcomings or failures. Stoicism teaches us to accept responsibility for our own actions while rejecting unjust criticism. Marcus Aurelius advised, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." When manipulators try to shame us, we can choose not to internalize their words. I've dealt with someone who frequently blamed me for their mistakes, saying things like, "This wouldn't have happened if you had supported me better." For a time, I believed them, but Stoic reflection helped me see that their failures weren't my burden to bear. I learned to separate valid feedback from baseless accusations, focusing on what I could control, my own actions and responses. When confronted with blame or shame, pause and reflect. Ask yourself whether the criticism is justified. If it is, take accountability and grow from it. If it isn't, let it pass without allowing it to disturb your peace. A Stoic knows that their worth is not determined by others' judgments, but by living virtuously and staying true to their principles. Manipulation thrives in the shadows, but with the clarity and resilience that Stoic wisdom provides, you now have the tools to recognize and resist it. By identifying these 10 signs and staying anchored in your values, you can protect your peace and reclaim your personal freedom. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it. It really supports the channel. Subscribe for more Stoic insights and practical advice to empower your daily life, and I'd love to hear from you. Which of these signs resonated with you the most? Or do you have your own experiences or takeaways to share? Drop them in the comments below. I read and value every single one. Together, let's build a community grounded in wisdom, strength, and mutual support. See you in the next video. Deception. It's such a peculiar thing, isn't it? The subtle art of concealing the truth, of twisting reality ever so slightly. We humans are strange creatures. We long for truth, yet we hide behind our own masks. And here's the paradox. Sometimes the ones we trust the most, the people who are closest to us, are the ones who engage in these little deceptions. It's not always out of malice, but often out of fear or insecurity. A desire to keep the world from seeing something too raw, too real. I remember a time when I believed I could always tell when someone was lying to me. Perhaps you've thought the same. We like to think we're good judges of character, that we can see through the veil of falsehood. But as life has a way of teaching us, reality is far more subtle, far more intricate. A lie is rarely obvious. It slips between words, in a slight change in expression, in the way someone's body turns away ever so slightly. Imagine, if you will, a person sitting across from you. They're speaking, and everything seems fine. But then you notice something. A slight hesitation, a shift in tone, a laugh where it doesn't belong. It's as if the truth is shimmering beneath the surface, almost calling out to you, yet still hidden. And in that moment, you can either turn away, choosing to preserve the comforting illusion, or you can look deeper, daring to see what lies beneath. So let us explore this together, not in judgment, not in suspicion, but in curiosity. Let's examine the subtle signs that someone might be hiding the truth from us. For these little tells, these small clues, are part of the rich tapestry of human behavior, and perhaps in understanding them, we don't just learn how to see through deception. We learn a bit more about ourselves, our own hesitations, our own illusions. Are you ready to see beyond the mask? Let's dive in. 1. Laughing off serious topics. Have you ever tried to bring up something meaningful with someone, only to have them laugh it off like it's nothing? I know I have, and it's frustrating. At first it might seem like they're just trying to keep things light-hearted or avoid making the conversation too serious. But over time, you start to realize that this habit of laughing things off is more than just a quirky response. It's a way of dodging accountability. When someone brushes off serious issues with a chuckle or joke, they're not just avoiding the conversation, they're hiding from the truth. In one of my past relationships, I often felt disconnected, like we were slowly drifting apart. I'd try to bring it up, hoping we could talk it through, but every time I'd get that same awkward chuckle and a dismissive, "Oh, you're just overthinking it. Relax." At first, I let it slide. I convinced myself maybe I was being too intense, or maybe they were just uncomfortable with these kinds of talks. But the truth was, their laughter wasn't about me, or even about keeping things light. It was a shield against having to confront deeper issues. Here's the thing. Using humor to dodge serious topics isn't innocent. It shuts down the conversation, making it impossible to address the root problem. We're conditioned to think laughter is always a good thing, but when it's used to deflect, it creates a barrier to real communication. The more I allowed this to happen, the harder it became to feel connected. It's like a roadblock went up every time I tried to approach the truth, keeping us stuck in surface-level interactions. The deeper issue here is about emotional maturity. If someone can't talk about serious topics without trying to make a joke out of it, they're signaling that they're not ready or willing to be vulnerable or accountable. And that's a big problem. Real relationships need honest conversations, even if they're uncomfortable. If they laugh things off, don't let it slide. Ask, "Why is this funny to you?" Or, "Can we talk about this seriously?" Because humor shouldn't be a wall between you and the truth. When people avoid real talk, it's not just a small issue. It's a barrier to genuine connection, and that's something no relationship can survive. 2. Micro-expressions of guilt or fear. I used to think I was good at spotting lies until I learned about micro-expressions. These tiny, almost imperceptible facial expressions can reveal emotions like guilt or fear, no matter how hard someone tries to hide them. Think about it. A slight twitch in their brow, a flicker of discomfort in their eyes, or even a quick tightening of their lips. We don't usually notice these things, but once I started paying attention, I realized how much people's faces can give away. For example, I once had a friend who was late for a meetup. When I casually asked why, they shrugged it off with some vague excuse. But there was a fleeting look of panic, just for a second. It was so brief, but it was there. My gut told me something was off, but I brushed it aside. Later, I found out they'd actually been lying about where they were, and that quick micro-expression was a dead giveaway that I missed. Micro-expressions are fascinating because they're genuine. These aren't practiced, rehearsed responses. They're spontaneous reactions our bodies can't control, even when our minds are trying to be deceptive. Now, whenever I'm in a conversation and something feels off, I watch for these micro-expressions. They might only last a split second, but they're real indicators of hidden feelings. It's like seeing behind the mask for just a moment, catching a glimpse of what's actually going on. It sounds intense, but learning to notice micro-expressions has changed the way I interact with people. I no longer feel in the dark when something feels off. Instead, I trust my instincts and look for those subtle signs of guilt or fear. It's not about being paranoid, it's about being aware. We often talk about listening to words, but sometimes faces tell a much clearer story than anything else. So, if you're getting mixed signals from someone, pay close attention to those tiny changes in their expression. They might be giving you the truth they're not saying. 3. Body language. Body language can say more than words ever could, especially when it comes to honesty. I used to ignore subtle shifts in body language, thinking they were insignificant. But as I became more aware, I started noticing that people's actions often spoke louder than their words. One clear example: when someone's body is subtly turned away from you, even if they're engaged in conversation. I'll give you an example. I once had a friend who, whenever we discussed anything personal or uncomfortable, would slowly turn their body away. It was almost unconscious. At first, I thought I was reading into things, that maybe they just had a weird way of sitting. But the more it happened, the clearer it became. They'd shift away, crossing their arms or even looking around as if searching for an exit. Body language isn't accidental. When someone can't fully face you, it's often because they're hiding something or feeling uncomfortable with the conversation. It's almost as if their body is trying to physically escape the truth. And, just like with micro-expressions, these actions aren't calculated, they're raw, involuntary responses. When you notice someone's body turned away, especially during an important conversation, pay attention. It's a clue that something deeper might be going on. Over time, I've learned that if someone truly values honesty and connection, they'll face you directly, no matter how difficult the topic. They won't shy away or hide with their body. So if someone's angling away from you mid-conversation, it's not just bad posture. It's a subconscious sign that they're not entirely comfortable with the truth, and maybe they don't want you to see it either. 4. Changing the subject. Have you ever been in a conversation where you bring up a serious topic and suddenly the other person changes the subject? It's like a game of verbal dodgeball. You throw them a serious question and they instantly shift to something trivial. I used to think they were just scatterbrained or easily distracted, but now I know better. When someone frequently changes the subject during critical discussions, it's often because they're avoiding the truth. I experienced this firsthand in a past relationship. Every time I tried to discuss future plans, where we'd be in a year, our goals, even how we'd handle tough situations, the conversation would suddenly steer towards something totally unrelated, like dinner plans or a random funny story. I brushed it off at first, telling myself they were just uncomfortable with the topic, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. Changing the subject isn't just a harmless shift in conversation, it's a tactic to dodge uncomfortable truths. And what I learned was that if someone truly respects you, they'll stay with you in those hard conversations. They won't take an escape route to avoid the issues. Sure, these topics can be uncomfortable, but genuine relationships are built on facing them head-on, not steering away. If you notice this in someone, it's okay to gently bring them back to the original topic. It might feel awkward, but it's a way of keeping them accountable. And if they continue to change the subject, take it as a sign. It's not about making them uncomfortable. It's about knowing that truth requires presence. Real conversations don't hide in the safety of unrelated topics. They're about facing what matters, even when it's tough. 5. Excessive justifications. One thing I've noticed about people who are hiding something is that they often feel the need to over-explain. Rather than giving a simple answer, they pile on details, making their story sound like they're trying a little too hard to be believable. I used to think that extra detail was a sign of openness, but over time I realized it can actually be a sign of deceit. Imagine asking someone a simple question like, "Why were you late?" And instead of a quick response, you get a long, drawn-out explanation. They start talking about every single red light, the traffic they hit, the exact sequence of events that led to them being late. It's like they're building a wall of words to cover something up. Now, I'm not saying everyone who over-explains is lying, but when explanations feel overly polished and rehearsed, it's worth paying attention. I once had a friend who did this constantly. Every time I asked them something small, they'd go into a monologue of justifications. At first, I thought they were just detail-oriented, but after a while, I started wondering why they felt the need to justify everything so thoroughly. It turned out they were hiding other things, using these justifications as a smokescreen to avoid suspicion. If you find someone excessively justifying their actions, ask yourself why. Honesty usually doesn't need a lot of padding. A straightforward answer is often enough. So if someone gives you an overly elaborate story, consider that it might be covering something up. Sometimes, the more people explain, the less they're actually telling you. Trust your gut on this one. 6. Vagueness when pressed for specifics. Nothing is more frustrating than trying to get a clear answer from someone who's being intentionally vague. You ask a direct question, expecting a straightforward answer, and instead you get something like, "Oh, things are moving along," or "We're in the early stages." It's like they're throwing words at you without giving you any real information. I used to think it was just their way of avoiding the question, but now I know that vagueness often points to something deeper. One time, I had a co-worker who loved talking about all the big projects they were working on, but whenever I'd ask for specifics, what companies they were collaborating with, the status of the project, they'd respond with these vague, almost poetic descriptions. No names, no facts, just a lot of empty words. Eventually, I found out that many of these projects were either stalled or completely fabricated. They relied on vague language to keep people from pressing further. Vagueness, I've learned, is a shield. People use it to avoid accountability because it's easier to backpedal on a vague statement than on a concrete detail. If someone truly has nothing to hide, they won't mind giving you specifics. So if you notice someone dodging details, take it as a sign. Ask a few follow-up questions, and if they keep dancing around the answer, there's likely a reason for it. Vagueness can seem harmless, but it's often a telltale sign of something being hidden. 7. Inconsistent stories. One of the easiest ways to spot a lie is by paying attention to inconsistencies in someone's story. If someone is telling the truth, their story usually stays the same, even when repeated. But when someone's lying, they tend to forget details or change parts of their story without realizing it. I've learned to notice these small changes because they often signal something bigger. Once, a friend told me about an amazing job offer they received, with all the perks and benefits. But the next time they brought it up, a few details had shifted. They mentioned a different job title, a new location, and even changed who had interviewed them. These were minor discrepancies, but they added up, making me question the entire story. Eventually, I found out they'd exaggerated parts of the offer, trying to make it sound better than it actually was. Inconsistent stories are like loose threads. pull on them, and the whole thing starts to unravel. When you notice these discrepancies, don't ignore them. Ask for clarification and see if the story holds up. People who are telling the truth usually don't mind repeating themselves or correcting small details, but a liar's story is often inconsistent because they're trying to keep track of too many falsehoods. Consistency is a hallmark of honesty, so trust your instincts when things don't add up. 8. Defensiveness. Have you ever asked someone a simple question and been met with an over-the-top defensive reaction? I have, and it's almost always a sign that something's wrong. Defensiveness can be a natural response to criticism, but when it's an extreme reaction to a harmless question, it often means the person is hiding something. In college, I worked on a group project with someone who would react defensively every time I asked for an update. Even a casual, "How's it going with the report?" would set them off, accusing me of micromanaging or not trusting them. At first, I brushed it off, thinking maybe they just didn't like being managed. But over time, I realized that their defensiveness was actually a sign of guilt. They hadn't been doing their part of the project and were trying to cover it up. People who are being honest don't usually feel the need to defend themselves so aggressively. They're calm, straightforward, and open. On the other hand, someone with something to hide will go into overdrive, turning the tables to make you feel like you're the one being intrusive. If you encounter this type of defensiveness, don't back down. Take it as a cue to look closer because, more often than not, it's a sign that something's being hidden. 9. Not listening. Listening is a basic part of communication, but many people don't truly listen. They're just waiting for their turn to speak. This isn't just a conversational faux pas. It can actually be a sign of deception. When someone's lying or hiding something, they often can't fully engage because they're preoccupied with managing their own narrative. I used to know someone who would nod and smile during conversations, but rarely responded in a way that made me feel heard. Whenever I'd ask them something important or try to discuss an issue, they'd give quick, shallow responses or change the topic entirely. At first I thought it was just their personality, but eventually I realized they were hiding things, using this lack of engagement as a way to avoid going deeper. Not listening isn't just disrespectful, it's a red flag. If someone truly values you and is being honest, they'll be engaged in the conversation, actively listening and responding meaningfully. But when they're checked out or only half listening, it's often because they're more focused on what they're hiding than on the actual discussion. Trust your intuition when someone isn't fully present. It's a clue that something might be off. 10. Over-polished details. One of the biggest red flags I've learned to watch for is when someone's story sounds too perfect. Real life is messy and unpredictable. It rarely follows a flawless script. When someone's story is packed with overly polished details, it can be a sign that they've rehearsed it, constructing a perfect narrative to avoid suspicion. I once knew someone who loved telling stories that sounded like they were straight out of a movie. Everything was dramatic and timed to perfection, with every detail perfectly placed. They'd recount scenes with cinematic clarity, down to the exact time, weather, and background noise. I loved the stories at first, but then I started wondering how they could remember everything so perfectly. Eventually I found out they had exaggerated many parts, crafting these stories to sound more impressive. Over-polished stories can be captivating, but they're often too good to be true. Real memories are rarely flawless. They're filled with small imperfections. So if someone's story sounds like it was rehearsed for the big screen, take a step back. Ask a few clarifying questions and see how they respond. if the details start to unravel, it's likely that they're not being entirely truthful. People who have nothing to hide don't need their stories to be perfect. They just need them to be real. And so, we arrive at the end of this little exploration, our journey through the mysterious terrain of truth and deception. It's fascinating, isn't it? The subtle signs, the nuanced gestures, the half-hidden glances, all small ripples on the surface of a vast, complex human experience. Perhaps now you see that detecting a lie isn't about seeking to expose others or holding ourselves above them. Rather, it's about cultivating awareness, about learning to tune into the delicate dance of honesty and concealment that we all, in our own ways, participate in. In understanding these signs, you're not just learning how to spot a lie, you're inviting yourself to look more deeply, to be more present with others and, most importantly, with yourself. For isn't it true that the more we seek honesty in others, the more we must embrace it within ourselves? The masks we wear, the illusions we cling to, they're not just out there in the world of others. They're within us as well, woven into our own habits and fears. So, I encourage you to reflect. What have you seen in yourself and others that hints at a concealed truth? Where have you observed these small ripples, these delicate signs that speak louder than words? And what, if anything, will you do differently now that you know? Please share your thoughts. I'd love to know what you've discovered, what insights have arisen as we've delved into this strange and wonderful topic together. After all, understanding is something we build together. So, let's keep the conversation going and see where it leads.
Have you ever felt worn out from always being the helpful friend, the accommodating colleague, or the ever-giving family member? While kindness is a virtue, excessive generosity without boundaries can lead to burnout, resentment, and a sense of being unappreciated. How can we balance our innate desire to help others with the essential need to take care of ourselves? The answer lies in the wisdom of Stoicism. In this video, we'll explore how to balance kindness with self-care using Stoic principles. We'll uncover the art of setting boundaries, giving without expecting reciprocity, and recognizing when to step back, all while maintaining our emotional resilience and fostering meaningful relationships. By the end, you'll have practical tools to ensure your kindness is sustainable, fulfilling, and enriching for both you and those around you. Let's dive into the journey of becoming kinder to others while being kind to ourselves. 1. Set limits on requests. Continuous accommodation of others' requests can drain your energy and hinder their growth. Stoicism emphasizes the need for boundaries to maintain emotional well-being and encourage self-reliance in others. Imagine you have a colleague who constantly asks for your help with tasks they could handle themselves. While assisting them initially seems kind, over time it becomes a burden, impacting your productivity and well-being. Moreover, your colleague doesn't develop the skills needed to work independently. Setting limits in such situations is essential. You might say, I can help you with this project today, but moving forward, let's discuss how you can handle similar tasks on your own. This approach not only protects your energy, but also encourages your colleague to develop their capabilities. Stoicism teaches that true generosity involves empowering others rather than enabling dependency. By setting boundaries, you create a healthier dynamic where your kindness is appreciated and sustainable. This way, your relationships become more balanced and respectful, fostering mutual growth and understanding. 2. Recognize when to step back. It's important to recognize when your kindness is being exploited. Stoicism advises you to step back and reassess such situations to protect your well-being and avoid being taken advantage of. Consider a friend who frequently borrows money from you but never repays it. While you want to be helpful, this behavior starts to strain your finances and trust. In such cases, stepping back means having a candid conversation about boundaries. You might say, "I value our friendship, but I need to set limits on lending money. It's important for both of us to manage our finances responsibly." This direct yet respectful approach helps maintain your self-respect and financial stability. Stoicism emphasizes self-respect and discernment. By recognizing and addressing exploitation, you prevent resentment from building up. This ensures that your kindness remains genuine and not coerced. Moreover, it teaches others to respect your boundaries and encourages healthier, more reciprocal relationships. 3. Healthy boundaries enhance relationships. By setting boundaries, you ensure that your kindness is sustainable and enriching for both you and others. This balanced approach leads to more meaningful and fulfilling relationships. Imagine you're always available to listen to a friend's problems, even at the expense of your own needs. Over time, you may feel drained and unappreciated. Setting healthy boundaries might look like saying, "I care about you and want to support you, but I need to make sure I have time for my own self-care too." This not only protects your well-being, but also encourages your friend to seek diverse support systems and become more self-reliant. Stoicism teaches that true kindness should enhance rather than diminish your life. By maintaining boundaries, you can offer support without feeling overwhelmed, leading to stronger, more balanced relationships. This approach ensures that your kindness is rooted in mutual respect and genuine care. 4. Give without expecting reciprocity. Generosity should be an act of character, not a transaction. Expecting returns on your kindness can lead to disappointment. Stoicism advises giving freely, focusing on the joy of the act itself rather than anticipating a reward. For example, if you help a neighbor with their garden, do it because you enjoy gardening and helping others, not because you expect them to help you in the future. When you give without expecting anything in return, your actions are more sincere and fulfilling. If your neighbor does not reciprocate, you won't feel resentful because your kindness wasn't contingent on their response. Instead, you can take satisfaction in the act itself. Stoicism encourages us to find joy in our virtues. By giving freely, you cultivate a sense of inner peace and contentment, knowing that your kindness stems from a genuine place. This mindset reduces the potential for disappointment and fosters a more generous, open-hearted approach to life. 5. Balance kindness with self-care. Excessive kindness can deplete your resources, leading to burnout and a sense of being unappreciated. Stoicism teaches the importance of setting boundaries to ensure your generosity does not harm your well-being. Imagine always putting others' needs before your own, eventually leading to exhaustion and frustration. To balance kindness with self-care, it's crucial to prioritize your well-being. You might allocate specific times for helping others, ensuring you also have time for rest and personal activities. For instance, volunteering a few hours a week rather than every day can prevent burnout and maintain your enthusiasm for helping. Stoicism emphasizes the need to preserve your inner resources. By taking care of yourself first, you can sustain your ability to be kind and helpful without compromising your health. This balanced approach ensures that your kindness remains a positive force in your life and the lives of others. 6. Avoid being perceived as fragile. Overextending yourself for others can lead to being seen as weak and exploited. Learning to say no and valuing your own time and energy fosters respect and preserves your mental health. Imagine always agreeing to take on extra work for your team, leading to exhaustion and reduced performance. Saying no can be empowering. You might explain, "I am currently at capacity with my projects and can't take on additional tasks." This demonstrates self-respect and sets clear boundaries, ensuring your contributions are recognized without compromising your well-being. Stoicism advocates for self-respect and discernment in relationships. By setting limits, you prevent others from taking advantage of your kindness and build a reputation for being reliable yet assertive. This approach helps maintain a balanced, respectful dynamic in your interactions. 7. Emotional resilience through Stoicism. Practicing Stoic principles helps build emotional resilience, allowing you to navigate the ups and downs of life with a balanced and calm mindset. This resilience is key to maintaining your well-being while being kind to others. Imagine facing a series of personal challenges while still trying to support your friends and family. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and accept what we cannot. By practicing mindfulness and self-reflection, you can remain grounded and resilient even in difficult times. For example, if a loved one is going through a tough period, you can offer support without letting their struggles overwhelm you. Building emotional resilience through Stoicism helps you maintain a stable and supportive presence for others. This inner strength allows you to be kind and compassionate without sacrificing your own mental health. It's a powerful tool for sustaining your well-being and positive influence in the lives of those around you. 8 in 8. Kindness as a reflexion of character. Stoicism teaches that true kindness should be a reflection of your character and not dependent on external validation. This internal motivation ensures that your acts of generosity are fulfilling and self-sustaining. Consider volunteering at a local charity because it aligns with your values, not because you seek praise or recognition. When kindness is rooted in your character, it becomes a natural part of who you are. You find joy in the act itself, and your generosity is more consistent and genuine. If others appreciate your efforts, it's a bonus, but not your primary motivation. Stoicism encourages us to develop virtues that are intrinsic to our character. By practicing kindness as a reflection of who you are, you create a fulfilling and sustainable way of living. This approach ensures that your generosity is both meaningful and enduring, enriching your life and the lives of those around you. 9. Self-care is not selfish. Taking care of your own needs first is crucial. Stoicism teaches that you can't genuinely help others if you are depleted. Prioritizing self-care allows you to be a more effective and compassionate helper. Imagine always putting others first, eventually feeling overwhelmed and unable to support anyone effectively. Self-care might involve setting aside time each day for activities that rejuvenate you, such as exercise, meditation, or hobbies. For example, dedicating an hour each morning to a calming routine can significantly enhance your overall well-being and energy levels. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of maintaining your own health and stability. By prioritizing self-care, you ensure that you have the capacity to be there for others in a meaningful way. This balanced approach helps you remain compassionate and supportive without compromising your own needs and happiness. In summary, balancing kindness with self-care is a delicate art, but with the wisdom of Stoicism, it's entirely achievable. By setting healthy boundaries, giving without expecting anything in return, and recognizing when to step back, we protect our well-being while maintaining our generosity. Stoicism teaches us that true kindness stems from inner strength and character, ensuring our acts of generosity are genuine and sustainable. Remember, taking care of yourself is not selfish, it's essential. When you prioritize your own well-being, you're better equipped to help others with a full heart and a clear mind. Embrace the Stoic principles of emotional resilience and self-respect, and let them guide you in creating balanced, fulfilling relationships. As you move forward, let kindness be a reflection of your character, grounded in inner peace and self-care. By doing so, you'll find that your generosity not only enriches the lives of others, but also enhances your own, creating a harmonious balance that benefits everyone. Thank you for joining us on this journey to wiser, more balanced kindness.
The butterfly's flight. In a quiet village surrounded by rolling hills, a young boy named Tien was known for his love of nature. He would often wander through the fields, watching the birds soar and the flowers sway in the breeze. But among all the wonders he observed, Tien was most fascinated by the tiny cocoons that clung to branches, holding the promise of transformation within. One morning, as Tien strolled through a grove, he spotted a cocoon quivering slightly. A small crack appeared, and through it, the faint outline of a butterfly's wing was visible. Tien watched with wide eyes as the creature inside struggled, twisting and pushing to break free. His heart ached for the little butterfly. Why does it have to struggle so much? He wondered aloud. Determined to help, Tien carefully plucked the cocoon from the branch and used a small twig to widen the opening. The butterfly emerged easily, its wings wet and crumpled. Tien placed it gently on his palm, expecting it to spread its wings and fly. But instead, the butterfly stumbled, its wings too weak to lift it. Day after day, Tien kept the butterfly safe, feeding it nectar and protecting it from harm. But no matter how much he cared for it, the butterfly could never fly. Its wings remained fragile, and it spent its days crawling around Tien's hand or the flowers he placed it on. Confused and saddened, Tien visited an elder in the village, a wise woman who always seemed to have the answers. He told her what had happened, expecting her to praise his kindness. Instead, she gave him a gentle but knowing smile. "Tien," she said, "the struggle to escape the cocoon is what strengthens a butterfly's wings. By helping it, you took away its chance to grow strong. Challenges, as painful as they may seem, are what prepare us for the life ahead." The boy returned home, holding the butterfly close to his heart. As it crawled along his finger, he realized the lesson it had taught him. From that day on, Tien approached his own challenges with a new perspective, understanding that every struggle he faced was shaping him into something stronger, just as the butterfly needed its fight to fly. And though the butterfly never left his side, it became a constant reminder of the power of resilience and the beauty that comes from enduring life's trials. A silkworm must endure pain to struggle out of its cocoon and grow into a butterfly that can fly. A seed buried deep in the soil must push its way through layers of earth to sprout and grow into a strong tree. A silkworm that is helped out of its cocoon by someone cutting it open will forever crawl around aimlessly, never becoming a butterfly. Similarly, a seed that sprouts easily on the surface of the soil may grow quickly, but it will be uprooted at the first storm. Humans cannot choose where they are born, but they can choose how they live. We can train ourselves to endure, develop resilience, and cultivate willpower through challenges, hardships, and even failures. What may seem like a devastating failure or misfortune to one person can be a stroke of luck to another. It all depends on how we choose to face it. We can either confront adversity with courage and overcome it, or wallow in self-pity and let it defeat us.
Have you ever found yourself overwhelmed by stress, unable to stay calm amidst the chaos of everyday life? Imagine if you could navigate life's storms with an unshakable sense of peace and composure. This is the promise of Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that has guided countless individuals toward a more resilient and fulfilling existence. In a world filled with uncertainties and challenges, the teachings of Stoic philosophers like Epictetus, Seneca, and Marcus Aurelius offer timeless wisdom that can help you maintain inner tranquility no matter what life throws your way. In this video, we will explore 15 profound lessons from Stoicism that can transform your approach to life's trials and tribulations. These principles, grounded in the art of emotional detachment, mindfulness, acceptance, and more, will equip you with practical tools to cultivate a calm and composed demeanor. Join us on this journey of self-discovery and learn how to apply the ancient wisdom of Stoicism to achieve inner peace and mastery of your emotions in the modern world. Let's delve into these invaluable teachings and unlock the secrets to a serene and resilient life. 1. Develop emotional detachment. Developing emotional detachment doesn't mean becoming cold or indifferent. Rather, it's about cultivating an objective perspective on outcomes and external events. Imagine you're preparing a project presentation for months, and despite your efforts, it doesn't get the approval you hoped for. Instead of spiraling into disappointment and self-doubt, Stoicism teaches us to recognize that the outcome is beyond our control. We can control only the effort we put into our work and our reaction to its reception. Take, for example, a Stoic practice known as view from above. Picture yourself as a bird soaring high above your city. From this vantage point, your problems, which seem monumental up close, appear much smaller. This mental exercise helps to detach emotionally from the intensity of immediate situations, providing a broader perspective and reducing emotional turmoil. Additionally, consider the practice of imagining you're a third-party observer of your own life. For instance, if you receive harsh criticism at work, instead of immediately feeling hurt or defensive, pause and imagine how you would advise a friend in the same situation. This shift in perspective allows you to respond with rationality and calm, rather than being swept away by immediate emotional reactions. By cultivating emotional detachment, you empower yourself to face life's ups and downs with greater equanimity. This practice helps you maintain inner peace and focus on what you can control, your own responses, while letting go of the need to control external events and outcomes. 2. Practice mindfulness. Mindfulness, a concept deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy, involves being fully present and engaged in the current moment. Consider the example of a person stuck in a long commute. Instead of letting their mind wander to stressful thoughts about the day ahead or frustrations about the delay, they can focus on the present. They might notice the details of their surroundings, the rhythm of their breath, or the sensation of the seat beneath them. By immersing themselves in the present moment, they can reduce anxiety and find calm amidst the chaos. Seneca, a revered Stoic philosopher, taught that mindfulness isn't limited to serene moments, but should extend to everyday activities. For instance, while washing dishes, focus on the feel of the water, the sound of the clinking plates, and the motion of your hands. This practice transforms mundane tasks into opportunities for mindfulness, helping to ground you in the present and preventing your mind from being overwhelmed by past regrets or future worries. By practicing mindfulness, you develop the ability to live in the now, appreciating each moment as it comes. This focus not only enhances your daily experiences, but also fosters a deeper sense of peace and clarity, allowing you to navigate life's challenges with a composed and resilient mindset. 3. The value of gratitude. Gratitude, a powerful principle in Stoicism, involves appreciating what you have and finding value in every experience. Imagine a challenging work project that didn't yield the desired results. Instead of fixating on the failure, a Stoic perspective encourages you to appreciate the lessons learned and the skills developed during the process. This shift in focus can transform setbacks into opportunities for growth and reflection. Seneca emphasized the importance of redirecting our attention from what we lack to what we possess. Consider the simple act of enjoying a meal. Rather than taking it for granted, pause to appreciate the effort that went into preparing it, the nourishment it provides, and the sensory pleasure of its taste and aroma. This practice of gratitude can extend to all areas of life, from relationships to personal achievements, fostering a sense of contentment and reducing the desire for more. In moments of adversity, gratitude acts as a beacon, guiding you through difficult times by highlighting the positives in your life. This practice not only enhances your overall well-being, but also strengthens your resilience, enabling you to maintain a calm and balanced outlook regardless of external circumstances. 4. Keep learning and growing. The commitment to lifelong learning and personal growth is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. Epictetus, a prominent Stoic teacher, believed that the journey of self-improvement is never-ending. For instance, if you face a professional setback, instead of viewing it as a failure, see it as an opportunity to acquire new skills or knowledge that will prepare you for future challenges. Consider the example of someone learning a new language. The process is often fraught with mistakes and frustrations. However, each error and correction is a step toward mastery. This continuous pursuit of knowledge not only enhances your abilities, but also builds resilience and adaptability, crucial traits for navigating life's uncertainties. By embracing the philosophy of continuous growth, you cultivate a mindset that welcomes challenges as opportunities for development. This approach aligns with the Stoic belief that we are always in the process of becoming better versions of ourselves. Lifelong learning keeps your mind active, your skills sharp, and your perspective broad, enabling you to handle life's vicissitudes with grace and wisdom. 5. Engage in regular self-reflection. Regular self-reflection is a vital Stoic practice that involves examining your thoughts, actions, and motives to ensure they align with your values and virtues. Imagine ending your day by reviewing your interactions and decisions. Did you act with integrity? Were your responses guided by reason rather than emotion? This daily practice, similar to journaling, helps you identify areas for improvement and reinforces positive behaviors. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, often engaged in self-reflection through his meditations. He would assess his actions and thoughts, striving to live in accordance with Stoic virtues. This habit of introspection allows you to learn from your experiences, correct mistakes, and cultivate a more virtuous and composed character. By dedicating time to self-reflection, you gain deeper insights into your behavior and motivations, fostering personal growth and self-awareness. This practice not only enhances your ability to live a virtuous life, but also equips you with the clarity and inner strength needed to face life's challenges with confidence and serenity. 6. Be virtuous. Living a virtuous life is at the heart of Stoic philosophy. The 4 cardinal virtues, wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, serve as guiding principles. For example, wisdom helps you make sound decisions. Courage enables you to face fears and challenges. Justice ensures fair and ethical behavior, and temperance promotes self-control and moderation. Imagine a scenario where you must make a difficult decision at work. By applying wisdom, you consider the long-term consequences and ethical implications. Courage helps you take necessary actions despite potential backlash. Justice ensures that your decision is fair to all parties involved, and temperance prevents you from being swayed by extreme emotions. By embodying these virtues, you create a foundation for a balanced and harmonious life. Virtuous living not only enhances your personal integrity and relationships, but also fosters inner peace and stability. As you strive to align your actions with these virtues, you cultivate a resilient and composed character, capable of withstanding life's adversities with grace and dignity. 7. Embrace voluntary discomfort. Stoics believe in periodically exposing themselves to discomfort to build mental and physical resilience. Consider the practice of fasting. By choosing to go without food for a set period, you not only appreciate your meals more, but also strengthen your ability to endure hunger and discomfort. Another example is taking cold showers. This simple act trains your body and mind to handle physical stress, making you more resilient to everyday challenges. Voluntary discomfort can also involve refraining from certain pleasures like social media or luxury items to cultivate self-discipline and gratitude for the basics. By embracing voluntary discomfort, you prepare yourself for unforeseen hardships and reduce the impact of minor inconveniences. This practice builds a robust character, capable of maintaining composure and calm in the face of adversity. It teaches you to appreciate the comforts you have and to navigate life's challenges with greater strength and equanimity. 8. The power of acceptance. Acceptance is a central tenet of Stoicism, emphasizing the importance of embracing life as it unfolds. Marcus Aurelius taught that resisting the natural course of events leads to unnecessary suffering. Imagine you missed a flight due to unforeseen circumstances. Instead of dwelling on the frustration and inconvenience, Stoicism encourages you to accept the situation and adapt to the new circumstances. Consider the metaphor of a ship navigating a storm. The captain cannot control the weather, but can steer the ship to safety. Similarly, by accepting what you cannot change and focusing on your actions, you can navigate life's storms with grace and resilience. Acceptance doesn't mean resignation. It's about recognizing the limits of your control and responding wisely to whatever life presents. This mindset reduces stress and fosters a sense of inner peace, allowing you to face life's unpredictability with a calm and composed demeanor. Acceptance, as taught by the Stoics, becomes a powerful tool for maintaining tranquility amidst life's constant flux. 9. Limit. Excessive desires. Stoicism teaches that excessive desires lead to perpetual dissatisfaction and turmoil. Imagine constantly yearning for the latest gadgets or luxury items. This endless pursuit can leave you feeling unfulfilled and anxious. Seneca advises that true contentment comes from moderating desires and appreciating what you have. Consider simplifying your lifestyle. Instead of chasing after the newest car, focus on the reliability and functionality of your current vehicle. This shift in perspective helps you find satisfaction in what is necessary and beneficial, rather than being driven by fleeting wants. By limiting excessive desires, you free yourself from the constant cycle of wanting more. This practice cultivates inner peace and stability, allowing you to appreciate the simple joys and necessities of life. Embracing moderation leads to a more content and serene existence, aligned with the Stoic principle of living virtuously and wisely. 10. Embrace what you can control. Focusing on what you can control is a fundamental Stoic practice. Imagine you're in a traffic jam. Instead of getting frustrated by the delay, Concentrate on what you can control, your thoughts and reactions. You might use this time to listen to an informative podcast or practice deep breathing. Epictetus taught that our power lies in our thoughts and actions. For instance, if a colleague behaves rudely, you can't control their behavior but can choose how to respond. Instead of reacting angrily, you might choose to remain calm and address the issue diplomatically later. By directing your energy towards what you can control, you reduce stress and enhance your ability to handle life's challenges. This practice empowers you to navigate situations with purpose and clarity, maintaining inner peace regardless of external circumstances. Embracing the Stoic dichotomy of control helps you focus on personal growth and resilience, fostering a balanced and composed outlook on life. 11. Practice negative visualization. Negative visualization involves imagining worst-case scenarios to build resilience and appreciation. Consider envisioning the loss of a valuable possession or a significant relationship. This practice helps you prepare mentally for potential losses and fosters gratitude for what you currently have. For example, before a major presentation, imagine possible technical failures or tough questions from the audience. By preparing for these scenarios, you reduce anxiety and enhance your readiness to handle unexpected challenges calmly. Negative visualization, a technique advocated by the Stoics, allows you to face fears head-on and develop a deeper appreciation for life's blessings. It shifts your focus from what could go wrong to valuing what you have, thus fostering a resilient and grateful mindset. This practice equips you with the mental strength to remain calm and composed, even when confronted with life's uncertainties. 12. Foster a sense of community and service. Stoicism teaches that we are all part of a larger whole, and contributing to the well-being of others is essential for inner peace. Imagine volunteering at a local shelter or mentoring a younger colleague. These acts of service not only benefit others, but also enrich your sense of purpose and connection. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the interconnectedness of humanity, emphasizing that serving others fosters a harmonious and fulfilling life. By focusing on community and service, you can shift your attention from personal anxieties to the collective good, finding solace and satisfaction in helping others. Fostering a sense of community and engaging in acts of service enhance your sense of purpose and mitigate personal anxieties. This outward focus aligns with Stoic virtues, promoting a balanced and harmonious life. By contributing to the well-being of others, you cultivate inner peace and resilience, navigating life's challenges with a composed and generous spirit. 13. Understand the transitory nature of life. Recognizing life's impermanence is a cornerstone of Stoicism. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the fleeting nature of existence, teaching that understanding this transience can help maintain calm and perspective. Imagine enjoying a beautiful sunset. Instead of lamenting its brevity, appreciate its fleeting beauty and the moment's richness. Consider the seasons changing. Just as winter gives way to spring, life's challenges and joys are temporary. By accepting this natural ebb and flow, you can better appreciate each moment without clinging to it or fearing its end. Understanding the transitory nature of life helps you appreciate the present and reduces anxiety about the future. This perspective fosters a sense of inner tranquility and resilience, allowing you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and acceptance. Embracing impermanence, as taught by the Stoics, leads to a deeper appreciation of life's fleeting moments and a more serene outlook on its inevitable changes. 14. Cultivate resilience. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversity, a trait highly valued in Stoic philosophy. Epictetus viewed challenges not as obstacles, but as opportunities to strengthen character. Imagine facing a significant personal setback, like losing a job. Instead of succumbing to despair, use this situation to develop new skills or explore new career paths. Consider the story of a tree battered by storms. Its roots grow deeper and stronger with each challenge it faces. Similarly, by embracing adversity, you can develop a more robust and resilient character. Each difficulty you overcome adds to your inner strength and fortitude. Cultivating resilience enables you to face life's inevitable challenges with confidence and grace. This Stoic practice helps you see adversity as a catalyst for personal growth, transforming obstacles into opportunities. By building resilience, you enhance your ability to maintain calm and composure, navigating life's storms with an unyielding and courageous spirit. 15. Choose your response. The power of choice in responding to external events is a key Stoic lesson. Epictetus taught that while we cannot control what happens to us, we can control our reactions. For instance, if someone cuts you off in traffic, you can choose to react with anger or remain calm and let it go. Imagine facing a sudden job loss. Instead of reacting with panic, choose to see it as an opportunity for new beginnings. Focus on what you can do next, updating your resume, networking, and exploring new career options. Choosing your response empowers you to maintain inner peace and control over your emotions. This practice aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control, fostering a balanced and composed outlook on life. By consciously shaping your reactions, you can navigate life's challenges with wisdom and resilience, maintaining calm amidst the chaos. In conclusion, in a world where chaos and unpredictability seem to reign supreme, the timeless wisdom of Stoicism offers a beacon of hope and a path to inner tranquility. By embracing the 15 lessons we've explored, from practicing mindfulness and gratitude to cultivating resilience and understanding life's impermanence, you can transform your approach to everyday challenges and find peace amidst the storm. These Stoic principles are not mere abstract concepts, but practical tools that can be integrated into your daily life. They encourage you to focus on what you can control, accept what you cannot, and respond to life's trials with wisdom and grace. Whether it's through self-reflection, voluntary discomfort, or continuous learning, each lesson provides a unique strategy to strengthen your character and enhance your emotional resilience. Remember, the journey to a calm and composed life is ongoing. It's about progress, not perfection. By consistently applying these Stoic teachings, you can cultivate a mindset that embraces life's uncertainties with courage and equanimity. As you continue to grow and evolve, let these ancient insights guide you toward a more serene, fulfilling existence. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of Stoic philosophy. May these lessons inspire you to live with greater wisdom, courage, and inner peace, no matter what challenges you may face.